All right, looks like we're live. How you guys doing?
Good evening, all.
Look what we
Hey,
have
hey.
here. We have with us, of course, everybody knows Shaq. He's probably more famous here than me. And of course, the red coat who no longer has an actual real name.
The red coat
So,
who no longer has an actual real name.
Turn that down.
No, exactly.
but it's been a while. I'm glad this, it's fun having all you guys back here, or some of us here, and um, I just can't believe how fast time has gone. I saw a highlight video. I don't even know why it was. You know how the YouTube algorithm just randomly gives you something, and it gave me highlights from Deontay Wilder and Nick Fury too, and I said to me, like, that was over a year ago
Yeah.
when we were on here talking about that. That was
Yeah.
February
Yeah.
of the
That's
after the Chiefs 49ers Super Bowl, and that seems like, dude, seriously, 4 or 5 months ago. I'm not joking.
Yeah, that seems like it was yesterday.
Well, because we had a year on hold, didn't we? We just marked time for a year, so
Frozen in time. So glad all that shit's over with. Well, I hope it's over with. But
June 16th over here.
so
Getting close.
Getting
how you guys
close.
doing? Okay, so I'm just going to wait just a second before we get started to let everybody get on. It takes a few minutes for people to get the notifications. Tonight we have an hour ago we have a new citizen to the VonAllen Empire, Frank Ridley. Welcome. And Dennerling's here from Germany. Salami Pizza. Elliot Ravens, who's Ravens Ray Lewis. Oddson Mate. OD Son Mate. I don't know if I'm reading that right, but welcome, man. Dave 98, nice to see you back. See it twice. Our other Daniel. Of course, Milena is here. Lord Varsh. And Donnie. So, okay. How you guys
Salami
doing?
Pizza's already made a great comment, to be fair. Can't wait to see if the greatest completions of all time save Mahomes' ass.
Never in the history of the world has someone had such a rim job nationally for not completing a pass. Okay.
Did you see that? Did you talk about? Have you ever talked about that tweet, Aaron? About what somebody said? Oh, Brady couldn't do this. Yeah, Brady. I'm sure Brady has thrown an interception or two in his career, hasn't he? I mean, sorry, an incompletion. Because that's what it was. It was an incompletion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went after that on Twitter. I know we're Twitter friends or whatever you call it on Twitter, follow or however it works. So I see some of your tweets. Sometimes I don't for whatever reason, but nobody. Okay, I thought I went after people on Twitter. Nobody is more hardcore on Twitter than Shaq. Dude, you are an asshole. I mean, a grade A asshole. I just
Yes.
feel sorry for
For
people.
the right reasons. I'm fighting for the right causes.
So
Yeah.
while I'm thinking I'm all cool, I'm thinking I'm all cool and shit, right? So I'm going after guys who are scratching themselves, smoking on a couch somewhere. No. Every time I see Shaq mad at somebody, he's going after like Ben Volin and the Boston Globe and other people, and then it's just like, okay, I
Hey,
gotta
if you're
up my
gonna
game.
go big or go home, you know what I mean? That's what Shaq's doing. I like it.
These people are just so they get on my nerves so much of all the shit that they talk about. Like we could do a whole Brady hate saga on the Boston media. It's like, but anyway, that's not why we're here. So I don't want to get into that.
Well, it looks like we're gonna need a Belichick hate saga pretty soon.
Yeah,
So
that too.
I I I I cannot stand extremism. Okay, I can't stand it. It's one way or the other. We can't just be somewhere, like I don't see what Belichick and Brady has anything to do with each other at this point. We're now a year removed. Who gives a shit, right? So, hey, Donnie upgraded his membership to Centurion Master of Games. I love it. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you so much.
No, see it twice. I haven't, but I wonder whose giant nose it was. There's only one giant nose that I know.
Yep. And apparently, if you tweet about him, you get in trouble. So, ask Daniel. All right.
Fucking Nick Wright, man. How does someone so untalented and un anything? How does he get a job like that on a prominent position on television? Well, I can't say prominent because it's on FS1, so it's not really that prominent. But
I can figure it out. He's one of those cases of last man standing, right place, right time. So
yeah.
How he originally got on that? You remember that girl, Katie Nolan?
Yeah.
So for a while, she had a show, I think, called Garbage or something, or Garbage Time.
Garbage Time. Yeah.
Yeah, Garbage. Okay, so she had like a bunch of idiots on her show with her, and then they added
right. I remember.
Greg
I know
Jennings.
What you're talking about.
Right.
Because it was on the Super Bowl when she was live at the Super Bowl, and they had like an audience there.
Yes.
And
exactly.
She had I think she had Chris. What's his name? The wide receiver.
Greg Jennings. Greg Jennings.
Yeah, Greg Jennings, but also the wide receiver, the Vikings wide receiver. What's his name? Damn it. I just lost his name.
Vikings wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, it's still playing.
No.
You talking about Nate Burleson?
No, the Vikings wide receiver. The best one. The one who catches touchdowns a lot. Chris Carter. Thank you. See it twice. Chris Carter.
Oh.
Okay, dude. Yeah, sorry, I had no idea Chris Carter was on that show.
You guys left me on an island with that one.
No, yeah, I did. I knew Chris Carter was on First Things First. I had no idea who was on that other show. So
I do not remember Chris Carter being on with Katie Nolan. I don't remember that.
No, but he was on that panel, and then and then she had this stupid bitch that was from an Atlanta fan who was talking mad crap about Brady and Belichick and how they're cheaters and all that. And Nick Wright was on that panel as well.
Right.
With that girl.
Right.
I
suspect because that blonde girl you're talking about is one of Katie's personal friends. All right.
Oh, okay.
And I'm suspecting that Nick Wright is also a part of that little end crowd that they just started like this cute little show, right?
Yeah.
But then Katie moves on and it leaves only Nick Wright and Greg Jennings. And then Nick Wright ends up getting, they needed some, I guess apparently some pasty looking nerdy Jewish guy or some shit to sit across so Chris Carter can just beat the shit out of him. The problem with that is that it was funny when Carter was there.
Right.
Yeah, when the filter of Chris Carter left.
Keep him in line, but now
when you move Chris Carter out, Nick Wright's like the last guy standing. And it's like, do I have my own show? Oh my God. That's how this happened. It's complete accident. It happens. It happens. But yes, I understand all the other guys, how they got their job. Skip Bayless, beat writer for how many decades? I get it, right? And all the players, I get that. But Nick Wright is very confusing to me. It's got to be a situation like that. But whatever. I guess it's just how it is.
As you said, there's some place right person, right time, or right place, right time.
We have a $5 super chat from Addy, who apparently changed his profile now to what can only look like a mugshot of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, pretty much. Right.
Stay classy, Addy. All right. He says, I'm pretty sure most quarterbacks wouldn't want an incompletion to be in their highlight reel, but that's just me. Not Patrick Mahomes.
That's true.
Not Patrick Mahomes. He's the greatest incompletion guy we've ever seen. Forever and ever.
It's a shame. It's a shame he didn't have that. That was quite good. Those multiple camera views, the new ones that they had of the season, that was like almost in the player's helmet. I'd have just loved to have seen that freaking pass coming towards that player's face.
Boom.
Get you through side on. That would have been hilarious.
Listen. Here's the problem. I thought it was cool. I see how incompletions can be interesting, and I even complimented Patrick. I was like, he's out there and he's gonna he's going down, right? He's going to take the hits. He doesn't care. He's not trying
Yeah, it was a great pass attack.
He's not trying to get rid of the ball real quick. I mean, he's hanging on to it. That's okay, all right? But at the same time, it's not okay that that's an excuse as far as a praise, because he wouldn't. You know how they say, oh, he ran 495 yards, right? If you knew how to read defenses, you wouldn't have needed to run 495 yards around the field. And if you knew how to read defenses, then maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe you even win that game. You never know. So, well, doubtful. But the reason I say doubtful is because even if the Chiefs were scoring more points than they did, Tom Brady and those guys, they pulled back in the fourth quarter. Like, there were several drives where they were just kind of like inching it, like just going with it. And if they were in a shootout, imagine what Tom's going to do. So everything changes. But unlike Donovan McNabb and Brian Westbrook, who says that they would have won our Super Bowl in 2004 if it wasn't for if Donovan didn't have one extra turnover, they would have beat us. So Brian Westbrook said this just recently, and I'm thinking, he doesn't understand cause and effect, does he? So if the Eagles have one less turnover, then the fourth quarter is now different, and the Patriots' offense is now called differently. Even the defense is called differently. The whole game is changed because of one incident, or actually a lack of an incident.
And then which turnover is he referring to? Because if he's referring to the last turnover, the interception to Rodney Harrison, that's the clincher. So which one are you talking about? Are you talking about that one, or are you talking
That's
about?
what I wondered too. He's cherry picking. Basically, here's how it works. Somebody wants to remove one Jenga piece from the tower somewhere in the middle, and then expect it not to collapse. They think everything will just stay perfectly for them, except for the alteration that they want. They don't understand the cause and effect. So, or in this case, a lack of a cause. No interception means the game is closer. Now we have a different final fourth quarter. It's all changed. But anyway, I want to let everybody know about what's tonight is now. I think it's been plenty of time. We've got everybody here. So, this is what we call the first VonAllen Sports Quarterback MVP Supreme Leader Award. We all know the MVP in the NFL is a quarterback award. No guy is ever going to win it who's not a quarterback ever again. We just know this is how it works. But the problem with that is two things. One, it's voted on by journalists, and I'm sorry, but I think they're the scum of the earth. I think journalists are worse than politicians, and if you want to know my opinion about politicians, that's how much how little I think about journalists. But the point is, it's bullshit. The MVP, it only goes by regular season now, and if we go by regular season, in my opinion, I don't even think that the quarterback who's selected is the actual MVP of that season. But ours covers the entire year. You don't stop being quarterback after week 17. Okay? If there are games still to be played.
Stop being accountable.
Yeah. Or week 18.
Sorry, what'd you say, Redcoat? I missed that part.
I said, and you definitely don't stop being accountable.
Exactly. So the game continues. As long as people are playing, that is what matters. So this is an MVP. The NFL has their regular season MVP. That's fine. That's cool. We have our entire season MVP. So everything matters. Okay. One particular thing about this, and I'm going to bring this up now because we already had two super chats. But we are going to award the actual winner of this. This is not just a YouTube for fun thing. This is a real thing. The winner, the player who is the winner of this tonight, will be sent a massively awesome trophy, MVP trophy, that we've been working on and trying to put together. But this thing, I say, Redco, would you say massively expensive?
Yeah, if it goes how we want it to go, it's not going to be cheap.
Right.
But it'll look better than the normal MVP trophy. That's for damn sure.
So, and the reason it is because this is a startup situation. We want it to be taken seriously. A lot of work went into the formula to make this happen. This isn't just us, randomly picking players. No, there's an actual legitimate formula that goes and looks at every detail of a quarterback and what it takes to be a quarterback and win and lead your team in the season on a game-to-game basis. This award will be sent to the player. It will belong to that person, and it's got to be impressive, okay? All these guys are awesome, right? So they're always being given awards their whole lives, all their lives, and it's got to be something that really is special. But what we want to do, so the more money we can raise for the trophy, the more badass the trophy can be. But also at the same time, it's going to come, we're going to deliver a whole package along with an awesome plaque that comes along with it that will have the names of everybody who contributed. And of course, the more you contribute, the higher your name is on the list. So whatever player gets this award, and this will be every year, so we're going to do this every season, just like the MVP. But this year, whoever's name is on there, that is going to be there with it. So just to give you guys a heads up. And Mr. Automotive. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's going to end up a bit like I suppose most people have probably seen on social media and stuff when guys post their box when they get their Madden 99 rating. So it's going to be something to that effect, but it's going to be a box with the MVP trophy in it. There's going to be a presentation, sort of booklet that details the formula, how it's done, what's used to work it out, and the sort of PDF version of it, because it's aesthetically pleasing on the eyes. So there's a lot of color and animation and real photos in it and stuff like that. So that's going to be put in there, along with a plaque telling them what it's come from, who's helped put it together, and then on the sides of it will be the names of what the VAS community basically that's taken part. So as well as obviously the player and the season and blah blah blah. So I've created the initial rendering designs of it. So the next thing is to CAD it up and go to some outside parties to build it or fabricate it. So obviously depending on what we actually raise for it will depend on what it's made of. So, the minimum will be we can 3D print it. But the ideal is it's made of metal, different metals for the different designs. And what I'll do is in a couple of shows time, 2-3 weeks or something, we'll come on, we'll talk about it again, and I'll show you the actual renderings of what it looks like, the original design concept, and then the actual 3D CAD.
So just to let everybody know, the CAD is a 3D imaging software. But
sorry, I didn't think I didn't want to teach anyone to suck eggs or anything.
Yeah, I didn't even know what CAD was until 6 months ago. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows what that is. But also, as far as the trophy goes, it's going to have, and Redcoat, you came up with this idea. In the center will be an actual real birthstone of that player. So every year that player will receive his birthstone in the actual trophy with diamonds, signifying the victories of that season and what they've achieved. So we're talking about real shit. This thing is going to be the coolest trophy these guys have ever received. I am not joking when I say that. This thing is going to be awesome. And then everyone, let me tell you something. It will get written up and everybody's going to know what's up, okay? That nobody's doing something like this, all right? Nobody. So We got Ryan Dyer sends a $5 super chat. He says, Mitch Trubisky is MVP. Nickelodeon knows. But he's not the GOAT, okay? Gardner Minshew is the GOAT. The dude tried his darndest, better than Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, and Drew Brees. I know. I mean, how many people have a Nickelodeon award? I know we'll never be able to live up to that one. But thank you, Ryan, so much. Dennerlein. We got Dennis from Germany. Deutschland. 10 euros. He says, let's go. If you put my name on it, please use my real name. Can't wait to see the trophy and your channel be mentioned on social media of our MVP. And it's our channel, Dennis. And absolutely, yeah, I figured you guys would send me your names or stuff like that. So if you get on the list, you'll want your real name. I would certainly want my real name on there. Thank you so much. Luke, $12.15. He says, imagine Gardner Minshew's face when he gets this. Man. It's even going to have a little gold stash on it. So.
I'll happily well that on myself.
Jalen, $5 super chat. He says, Brady is MVP. Would rather have him than any other quarterback last year. And, of course, just to mention, Addy got on there with $5, and Mr. A kicked off with $50. Wow. Okay. So, you guys ready to get this started? So, I'm already laughing because I know who's up first. All right. It's just, this is... This is just, come on, man. All right. This guy.
32nd place.
You should have
number 32.
You should have yakety sax playing in the background.
Yeah.
Such a savage.
While we're doing this, apparently Donnie likes it because he sent a $5. He says, in the spirit of Nightwalker, incoming. Oh, shit. I know what that means.
Well, is that going to be more?
Okay. Oh, if you know anything about our history here, Nightwalker and incoming, there's about to be a bomb drop. Let's get ready for that shit.
Oh, boy, Donnie.
Wow. So we got Sam Darnold here, 2-10. Now, I want you guys to understand something. I won't be able to say every single detail at right now, so I'll just keep adding like ideas about each player that I present. Yeah. So I'm just gonna do this. He sucked ass. Okay, he sucked ass. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody.
He's a jet and he sucked.
But one thing that hurt him was the 2-10. So I want you guys to look at the top there. 2020 quarterback win-loss and past accolades. This counts. Remember, regular season and playoffs combined. But since the Jets ain't in the playoffs, yeah. So 2-10. He started 12 games. All right. And under there, where you see VAS NFL Supreme Leader, negative 1.83. I need you guys to understand something. He didn't even score any points.
He scored negative points.
He's in the zero call. Like he went negative.
In the red. No one's in red.
Yeah. I mean, the only fact that I use the team colors is because I'm not a dick. Otherwise, I would have just put it in like blood red, and it would have just looked awful, right? But anyway, Sam Darnold, victim of the Jets. Okay, so each one of these quarterbacks, winning matters. So when you throw X amount of yards, okay, when you throw for touchdowns and all that, if you lose the game, those stats are ultimately useless, okay, because you lost. Because now you've got a new game the next week. But at the same time, if you win, your mistakes are now not important. It doesn't mean that they don't count against you. They just count less against you. So if you win the game, you get full credit for your yards, for your touchdowns, for all your stuff, and you get a discount on your interceptions. but it's the exact opposite when you lose. And Sam Darnold, in this case, he was not the worst quarterback last year. Okay. I know he was a Jet, but I'm just being honest. We got to be legit. We got to be real here. He was not the worst quarterback technically last season, but he is a victim of being a Jet, and I'm sorry, but that goes with it. It's part of it. It's part of the game, and he is number 32. So we have a $5 super chat from Addy. He says, can't forget that Darnold was with the Jets, so that's a worse handicap than an armless quarterback that's intoxicated. Oh, I don't know if you guys watched my Green Bay Packers video on Aaron Rodgers where I totally slammed his girlfriend. I don't even know why I did that, but anyway, I don't even know her. But I mentioned how these teams are like, oh, the future. Well, the Jets just sent their future for their new future, Zach Wilson. So basically, they've got another 4 or 5 years of Sam Darnold. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, it'll be their future, their new future every few years. So,
Yeah. Israel sends a $2 super chat. He says, all hell Blake Bortles, VAS MVP, and the real league MVP, Blake Bortles. That's a bad man. All right. So.
That's a bad take.
Can you guys, so in the 20 seconds it takes me to switch the video, who's next, guys? Who's next? Come on. In the comment section. Fast. Shaq, who do you think?
Who do you reckon's next, Shaq?
I guess. Who's number 31? Who's only a little better than Sam Darnold?
Who's slightly less crap?
I'm gonna go between Trubisky and Minshew. I think I'll go with Trubisky.
You know what, Shaq? I really, really wish you was right.
So do I.
Oh, God.
Now.
Oh.
At 31. Cam Newton. Hey, look, Dinnerling got it. Nice job.
Yeah, he did.
Damn. That's pretty good.
All right. He didn't even score. He's in the -2?
He is in the -2.
But didn't he score a touchdown or something? I mean, isn't that worth something?
One doesn't help you.
Oh man. I know that there's a game that he had. What was it, the Seattle game or the Ravens game? It was one of those games where he had like 500 yards. Like that didn't equate for anything.
He had his second highest yards, I think, in that game of just over 400 or something. But that did not negate a season of mediocre and bad.
The problem is how the formula works, Shaq, and the formula says he's complete garbage, and he had so many things going against him as well as far as the way it works. In the games that they won, he wasn't exceptionally good. In the games that they lost, he was extra bad. So he got dinged even worse because of that. He also never gained any points in crucial moments. He never gained. He took a huge hit on coaching. Okay, so in the coaching ranks, his coach is Bill Belichick. He had the number one rated coaching staff in the league for the Patriots, and that it's not a big negative. I'm just throwing out things that don't work for him, but it doesn't help him. But he didn't throw enough. Everything was ran based. Not a lot of utility as a quarterback, basically, and it killed him across the board. I was very disappointed to see it, but as far as
apart from the standard things that you have, like completions, touchdowns, yards, rushing touchdowns, you've got obviously interceptions, win-loss, and then your front office, cap hit, your QB rating, but then how all of that is affected in your win-losses as well, because your win-loss is not just like a negative or a positive for a win and for a loss. It actually affects all of your other metrics. So if you throw 3 interceptions, but you win the game, the 3 interceptions are worth less against you. Whereas if you throw 4 touchdowns and lose the game, they're also worth less. So it kind of offsets. So it's just trying to take into account, the formula takes into account many more metrics. And obviously we can't release the formula specifically because there'll be too many people that will steal it. And we're constantly going to be, like Aaron and I have already talked about, updating it with some metrics for next year. But there's so much taken into account of it. It's not just simple like QBR like they do in the NFL. So, but yeah, he had a bad season.
Keep in mind for Cam and just in defense of him, we're talking, he is one of the quarterbacks. He's not like Sam Darnold, where Cam was going to a new team. And not only is Cam going to a new team, but he was going to one of the most complex teams to be a part of, one of the most cerebral teams. I mean, no offense to the Carolina Panthers or anything, but going to Carolina to New England is it's like graduating community college and going to NASA. All right, so just let's keep that perspective. Also, so he got no training camp, none of that, and I said that last year before the season started. I said, let's look at all the quarterbacks, even Phillip Rivers. I said, let's give Phillip Rivers a break. He's moving to a new team. You've got to put that in perspective. Also, Cam is one of the few quarterbacks last year who got COVID, so he missed time as well. But anyway.
And that massively impacted his performance afterwards as well in those few games.
And the absolute worst fucking roster I've seen. It might be one of, if I sat down and really thought of one of the worst rosters I've ever seen in my life, it's got to be last year's Patriots team. So anyway, there is no way, if he's the starter and the ongoing starter for this season, there's no way he is as slow on the list next year. That's all. I'll be willing.
Have you seen Daniel's savage comments here?
Well,
Community College Panthers has an authentic ring to it, not a Super Bowl ring though.
Oof. Ouch. We have a 5-pound super chat from Lord Barsh. Says, let's go, guys. Great show. Great moment for our little community and going to be our big community one day. And he says, to show off how badass we are. I know the trophy will look awesome. Grats to the winner. Absolutely. Right on, man. Thank you. And make sure you get me your real name. You can send it to me privately. VonAllen Sports at iCloud.com if you want to send me you guys' real names. See it twice. $5 super chat. He says, Super Cam would have been better off staying in the phone booth. Ouch. Ouch. Addy, $2 super chat. He says, in conclusion, the Pats were a poor man's Ravens. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it makes sense.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
Let's not forget that not only did we lose the GOAT, but we lost Dante Hightower, who is the Tom Brady of the defense. I just want to put that out there. Yeah, exactly. Now he's gone forever. So, yeah. But these people who thinking that all of a sudden the Patriots are going to suck, you guys are. Wow.
How can you make that conclusion? That the schedule was one of the hardest in the league. The roster, as we said, was terrible. So the schedule is easier this year. The quarterback play is going to be better. I mean, by all indications. So how does that make the season
sure
worse?
As hell can't get worse, Shaq.
Oh, yeah. Luke. Yes, I'm sorry. I meant offensive weapons. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean the whole roster. Okay, we had great defensive players and some good special teams guys, but I just meant what Cam's what he had to work with. So it was awful. Okay, anybody who's got a problem with Tim Tebow trying out for tight end right now, kiss my ass. Go look at the tight ends last year in New England. I don't want to hear.
I would.
We had tight ends last year
in a heartbeat.
What'd you say?
Oh, sorry, Jason.
Shaq.
No, go on. Go ahead.
Well, I said I would have taken Tim Tebow as a tight end on our team in a second.
That's what I'm saying. Whose place is he taking?
Than freaking Ryan Izzo or whoever that was.
Too bad he didn't. I would have taken Larry Izzo as a tight end. You like that shit? That's old school right there.
Yeah.
All right. Old school Patriots reference. Well, not really old school, but, well, relatively speaking. Okay. Elliot, $2 super chat. He says, below mediocrity is too nice of a word. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, next up at number.
That was a little surprising. 31 was a little surprising. So I'm going with Trubisky this time.
Wow, what's with the Trubisky hate tonight? Shake's not the only one.
I love the guy. He seems like a good dude, but he's not a good quarterback.
Can't play quarterback.
He's a good dude, but he sucks at his job.
Can't play quarterback. All right, well, the problem for Cam Newton, and this will show right here for this guy who's complete shit, Nick Mullens, is that averages matter. And you have to do it that way, because sometimes if you suck shit in volume, you shouldn't be put high against a guy who didn't play as many games but played more efficient. So Nick Mullens actually played more efficiently than Cam Newton and Sam Darnold, even though he played in less games. So a game started. Yeah, I wish it was Jimmy G we were putting up here. Not at 30, but I wish he was on the list. But he doesn't. And now remember, guys, 32 teams, so only one team can have a representative. Only one team can have a quarterback, and we have to take the quarterback that had the most significant playing time for that team that year. And unfortunately, it's not Jimmy. If it was Jimmy, I think it'd obviously be much higher. But this guy is complete trash. I hope Raphael is watching, because I'm telling you now, Mullens is trash. But technically, he was like. Now remember, guys, the difference between him and Cam Newton and Sam Darnold and the next few guys is like this much. We're talking razor thin. So little details like salary cap. Now, I'll tell you right now what helps Nick Mullens was the salary cap. Nick Mullens was playing on a field. Okay, so what we do for salary cap for a quarterback, we take in account, by the end of the year, we take the average amount of money that is on the field, on special teams, defense, it doesn't matter, offense, any amount of salary money that is on the field with that player that he's getting use out of. We subtract backup quarterbacks or the other quarterbacks because they're no help to that starting quarterback. So we take the money that he's getting, and Nick Mullens was playing with complete and utter trash. And I think at one point, Jason, are you looking? Do you have the spreadsheet out? Wasn't Nick Mullens playing with about $65 million on the field? Total, team-wide, around 65? It was something like that, right?
Something like that. Hang on.
That's
the end of the sheet.
It's salary caps is the last grouping. So So like I said, each time I name a player, I'll come up with a new point and explain that, so we can do it and keep going.
I've just seen a title that I didn't notice before. We'll discuss that later, but that just made me laugh. DTTO. I hadn't noticed that one before. That's funny. I like that.
You mean Melena's category? Yeah.
I hadn't seen. I don't know whether I hadn't seen that or just hadn't noticed.
Death to the opposition. Yeah. So there's a category in there.
72.5 million.
So how much?
72.5 million.
So Nick Mullens, he was playing with $72.5 million on the field on average during the year. Guys, that is atrocious. That is terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The problem for him was all those injuries, and he's a backup himself, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway as far as Jimmy G's money does not count against him. So. And
that's the thing. Only 750,000 of that was him.
Right. He didn't even cost anything, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. So 61.75 million. 71.75 million. was the team. 71,750,000 was the players helping out, and the small amount was the QB. So, yeah.
Now, this next guy really surprised me, to be quite honest with you, because for some reason my memory says that he had some really good plays. But number 29, his efficiency was just complete ass. And honestly, he should have been relegated number 32 for that run where he just runs, and then falls.
My God. That's so annoying, that run.
Really, Daniel? Okay.
It was such a great run until that moment where he made it terrible. I've got a Giants fan where I work, and yeah, he didn't stop talking about that all Monday. And it was great for me because it just meant I had a lot to laugh about on Monday.
You can throw this at him.
No, we were busy going 7-9.
You can see, I want you guys to notice that even though Daniel Jones he's 5-9, played a lot of games, there will be other guys who will be actually ranked higher than him that won't even have that many. But during that 5-9, he was shit for a while. And it's all about being the most important part to your team's success. So, and yes, we were able to figure out how to do this with numbers and give it and assign it to something. But I don't even think we have any Giants fans here, so I don't think anybody's going to be too bothered by it. So.
Didn't Jones miss a few games too? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Who?
Jones. Yeah. Yeah, he only played 14 games.
Number 30 was Nick Mullens. Milena. Okay. We have our first controversy or objector. Here we go. See it twice. $2 super chat. He says Daniel Jones at number 29. You tripping? Oh wait. But actually, Daniel is very quick-witted. He's good. If you ever watch him on the
and
Facebook
sometimes
group,
absolute savage.
Yeah. He's got some good stuff. So, hey, Shaq and Redcoat. Looks like Jalen came through. It took until 1:45, or 1:40, but yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
All right.
So someone's guessed 28.
We got to move along here. Someone's guessed 28?
Yeah.
Who got it right?
Luke.
Nice.
Luke R got it right.
So, at number 28, we have got Drew Lock. And the thing about Drew is, when he was drafted, I thought he would actually, turn out to be a pretty good quarterback. And
he dances better than he plays quarterback.
Yeah, there's some things there. But also, I'm starting to question John Elway's ability as a guy who runs a team. I hate to question a guy who's so good and played so well for so many years, but I'm just not really understanding what his deal is. He got the Peyton Manning thing right, but ever since then, these quarterbacks don't seem to be able to do a damn thing for Denver, no matter who you get. But the team sucks, and they're going to keep sucking. I know they're trying to say they're going to get Aaron Rodgers or something. Why? Why would Aaron Rodgers do that? What would be the point of that? Why would you leave Green Bay to go to Denver? Seriously?
Apparently they've tried to put a package together to get it. So,
what are they going to give up?
I don't know. A freaking stadium.
Okay,
Wow.
There you go. The title deed of the stadium, that'll work.
Wow. Locke really did suck this year. I didn't realize how much he sucked. 16 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Tied with Carson Wentz for the most in the league. Yeah, you got to be down on the list when you're doing that.
But
and he only played in 13 games, so that doesn't bode well.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
if you're not doing great and then you don't play a lot of games and then those games are bad, it's just compounded.
Yeah. So it's just sometimes the funny thing is the way this works is that you might be better off if you miss some games and it just looks better for you. But if you just keep playing like ass forever and ever. But hey, look, guys, we're in the positives now. Drew Lock has 1 point.
Yep. And it's actually quite a bit of a, it doesn't look like it numbers wise, but it's actually quite a bit of a jump from him to the next guy.
Number 27. You guys ready? It's the GOAT, baby.
Himself.
The GOAT. Gardner Minshew.
Mr. Sexy.
Mr. Sexy. This guy can have his picture taken while he's running out of a tunnel.
Did anyone used to watch, do you guys used to watch the WWF in the 90s?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it just me or does Gardner Minshew look a lot like Ravishing Rick Rude?
Oh my God, he does. Wow.
That's all I think every time I see that guy, especially with the thumbnail that you used on the formula. He looks like Ravishing Rick Rude.
You're right. Redcoat, you want to read that up for me? That super chat? Can you see it?
Yeah. Elway's QB draft requirements: 1, tall; 2, white; 3, male. Must check all 3 boxes. Can be in any order. $5 for Maddie.
I'm going to Denver, baby. Hey, get me a plane ticket to Denver. I'm tall,
get me one
I'm
while you're at
white,
it.
and I'm male.
I'm tall. I'm male.
Milena, make sure you double check on that on the last one. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, ouch. It would have been funnier if you said the second one.
Oh.
Just kidding. All right.
Good old Gardner.
No.
Entertaining as hell, but garbage.
Yes. But you know what?
Yeah, he's not good.
He is not good.
Honestly, I was hoping he would be like Tom Brady's backup. Because that would just be hilarious. It would just be too good. It would be too good. Because Tom
he could definitely have as a backup. He could definitely have come in and have one of those one Fitz magic games a season and throw a party on your ass. But that'll be it.
Well, apparently he let's look at it this way. He went 1-7, but yet he's got 3 points. Okay?
Yeah.
That's the mustache. All right, that's the power of the mustache. Just keep that in mind.
Oh,
I mean, this is a legend. I mean,
What?
Even his Wikipedia page just has him on a sexy pose with his mustache,
just flexing. Yeah.
Not even on a serious page. Go on his Wikipedia and search for him. It's the weirdest picture that they use.
Well, the thing is that the last picture I saw of him, I sent that to you guys in the Legion chat, right? Where he looks like the Marlboro Man. He's all standing all. It's just seriously, dude. Okay, I'm glad he owns his image, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, moving right along. We got to get through a lot of garbage here. So, before we can get to the good
I was going to
stuff.
say we've got a hell of a lot of mediocre to go yet.
Okay, here's one shitty quarterback. All right, now a lot of people think that I hate on him way too much. I've been getting crap for my messing with Carson Wentz. I don't know. I just have never been impressed with him. Even in 2017, when everyone was like, "Oh my God, the MVP," I'm like, "Yeah, okay." it reminded me of when one of those quarterbacks who suck ass have like some kind of weird year and everything goes right for
That
them.
got on my nerves because like he missed the last 4 games of that season. So how could he be MVP? MVP is valuable. You're not valuable when you're in the tub missing games.
Sat on the bench. I mean, the thing is, a lot will tell for Wentz this year because, he's got a decent team he's gone to. He's got his coach back. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what he does with the Colts because maybe this is the type of situation that he can thrive in because Philly is rough.
Shaq, you want to read that with Super Chat?
See, it's why it's $5 Super Chat. It says, in 2020, Wentz was so bad it hurts. And it hurts for him.
And it literally happened. Hurts is the quarterback.
Jeez.
I think Carson Wentz is a okay. First of all, I don't like guys like him. He's got an attitude issue and an attitude problem, and he wasn't very supportive of Nick Foles. And when Nick Foles beat us in the Super Bowl, he should have been there for Nick, and then he was talking shit behind his back and stuff. I thought that was really lame.
That really surprised me. I thought he would be on his side on that one, but.
But that goes to leadership and all that. But
he does. I mean, he has got some talent, so he is quite fun to watch sometimes when he's actually playing well. But that's been so few and far between in the last 3 years. So, if he gets it back this season with everything going at the Colts, hey, the Colts will be an interesting team to watch. But if not, I feel sorry for Pat McAfee because he's going to be pissed.
Yeah, he's got a lot riding on this, I think, and I think he's a little too excited, expecting too much.
Well, he wasn't to begin with. He was very everyone was talking about Wentz going to the Colts, and he was not cool with that idea. But he sort of came around to when it happened. Obviously, he has to come around to it anyway. But he sort of came around to the idea, embraced it and stuff. So let's see. But yeah, if it doesn't go well, you know what Pat's like. He'll say whatever. So, which is why it's fun to watch. So, yeah, we'll see.
At number 25, we have this is not a joke actually. Number 25 is Alex Smith, and what makes this one interesting is because he only played in 6 games. He only started 6 games, and it was later on after the team was already a complete shit show. And he played well. He went 5-1. The dude is a winner. And I don't care.
Check down Alex.
It's like everyone calls it. It's like everybody said about Jimmy Garappollo in 2019. He didn't throw a pass. It was like, I don't give a shit. All I know is that when Jimmy Garappollo was on the field for the 49ers, they're ticking the win column. Okay? I don't care if it's magic, witchcraft, voodoo, whatever it is, Alex Smith wins games. Okay? He wins games. And he won games for the DC Criminals, and that's impressive. So
I will say it was pretty scary when that first game versus the Rams, when Aaron Donald jumped on his back.
I still can't believe Aaron Donald did jump on his back. If I was Donald, I'd have been too scared that I was going to break him. I wouldn't have done it.
Break his little chicken leg.
Total reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, to score up 3.94 points in this system, and you guys are going to see how hard points are to get in this system. To get that gathered, I don't think he had a pick that counted against him in a full value. And what I mean by that is I think his interception was, any of his turnovers were in victories. I'm not looking at the formula right now because I can't do both and do the show at the same time. But I know I'm pretty close on that. So he hit all the right spots as far as that goes. He he took a little ding in the coaching because Ron Rivera is the head coach, and Ron Rivera is a good head coach. He's got a good history as far as that goes. So he had some points there, and of course that the better your coach is, the less points against, or the better your coach is, the more points against you. Now they're not that much, but it still matters when you add all this together, and that's how you get a score like 3.94. It makes the difference. But Smith here at 25, this is nothing to be embarrassed about. This is a good deal. So, and I'm actually disappointed that he retired because I was expecting next year to see what he could do as the starter from right off the bat. I had no idea he was going to retire. I didn't think that. I thought he was good to go. I thought he was going to come back next year and play again, but he's gone,
Alex had no picks fully against him. All his picks were in wins.
In wins. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. So yeah, so he hit all the right spots on the map there. But shout out to Alex for that one. Number 24, and this one's weird because I expected better things out of number 24 here. But Teddy Bridgewater on the Carolina Panthers. That 4-11 is going to hurt. All right, that hurts bad. Played a lot of the games.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be better.
But just wasn't getting it done. In the raw quarterback stats, that's where he got beat up. So Teddy Bridgewater at number 24 went 4-11 as the starter. Carolina, I don't know what to expect from them, to be honest with you right now. But
no idea.
Last year they just were out of sorts. Every game was different. I was like, they have no idea who they are as a team. No clue.
No, this year in theory, should be better. The coaching staff and everyone's been around for a second year, but they're going to have a new quarterback, so I don't know.
But remember, guys, I see some of you guys, saying things like somebody's certain should be higher. This isn't opinion. This is all based on a formula, a mathematical formula that their performance provides us. So I wasn't just like picking and choosing, saying, oh, this guy should be there because he won the division or whatever. So in that sense, that's not what that is. However, if you're just saying that because you think that in your opinion, he should be higher, then that's different. But that's fine. I just want to let y'all know, though, that it's not me talking. It's the formula talking.
Yeah. None of these positions are based on any opinion whatsoever. It's just math.
If it was opinion, though, I would have Alex higher, just because 5-1. That's good, So
yeah,
had nothing to work with. They had a decent defense, but not much on offense. So Elliot, $5 super chat. He says, I like to give Alex Smith credit for starting what was the beginning of the Steelers' meltdown last year. I can still hear urinating tree to this day. That's a very good point. Thank you, Elliot, for that. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, somebody else, I think it was Dennis, who said, yeah, congrats to Alex for making the DC Criminals relevant for the last third of the season. That's damn sure. And I'm very disappointed. I know we're on Teddy Bridgewater. I just want to mention this, though. With Alex Smith, I was disappointed that he didn't play against Tom Brady. So, on one hand, if Alex plays, what if somehow the Redskins actually pulled that out, right? Oops. I'm sorry. I said the naughty word. DC politicians or DC criminals, it's redundant, right? If you say them both, same thing. DC criminals. But if Alex plays, maybe they win, maybe they don't. But if Alex did play, okay, then that means Tom Brady, sorry about that. Tom Brady's playoff gauntlet was Alex Smith, former number 1 pick overall, then to Drew Brees, then to Aaron Rodgers, and then to Patrick Mahomes. That would have been a quad gauntlet right there.
You've got the quartet of great guys there. Give him his juice, though. Heineke played well, so.
Yeah, but nobody. He's not, and he's not ever going to be
yeah.
remembered. Or well, I don't know that,
No.
but for right now, so he's not.
Mm-mm. Okay, 23 then. Okay. One everyone's been asking for.
Oh, Mr. Popular tonight.
Especially everyone who thought it was so bad.
All right.
It was just me.
Mitchell Trubisky, number 23.
One Shaq buried at the start of the show.
Shaq, what do you have to say for yourself now?
I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised he's in the 20s. I mean, I thought that he would be lower, but yeah, it's surprised but not surprised.
Here's the thing about Trubisky. He did not play as bad as people think he did. And there are moments that people remember. And this guy has been taking a beating since the day he started for the Bears publicly. I don't know why. Oh, actually, I do know why. I take that back. I do know why. It's because of where he went in the draft. It's because they traded up, they took him, and Patrick Mahomes was in that draft. But if Patrick Mahomes isn't as great as he is, that would make Mitchell Trubisky look as terrible. But the fact that they traded up to number 2 to get Trubisky when they could have got him probably at the end of the first round, in my opinion, maybe even the second round. I did not have him ranked that high. But ever since then,
people didn't. That was the problem.
Yeah, well, I felt that way about Daniel Jones too. But with Trubisky, though, Daniel was a year later, but it's the same kind of feeling I had for both of them, is that they went too high. But with Trubisky, he was never going to live up to that because he started from so far away that he was going to have to be a miracle worker in order to get any kind of respect. And he was doomed from the start because the Bears were never going to be that good. Now, it is worth noting that he has played in playoff games. So there's that. I mean, I know there's other guys that we can't even say that for. But Trubisky went 6-4 total. Of course, started 10 games. He couldn't make it to 5 points, but he almost got it there. But there's your guy, guys. Mitchellodian. This guy. I mean, now he's a backup in Buffalo.
Swap one cold city for another one.
Oh yeah. I just can't. I can't wait until we get to Deshaun Watson. This is going to be fun. So.
Where was Watson? Oh yeah, okay.
You're going to have to hang on a bit. All right. At number 22, the most boring quarterback in the NFL right now. Okay? Just this guy's name. All right? This guy, just when people mention this guy, Andy Dalton, number 22, Andy Dalton, why this guy gets his name thrown around like he is some kind of game changer. All right? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? So after the Bengals, what was everybody saying? Oh, he needs to go to New England. He needs to be the guy who replaces Tom Brady. Remember that? Remember that last year?
I was so worried about that. I thought some motherfucker was going to speak that into existence. It was making me feel sick.
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. He's even got a nickname, the Red Rifle.
Red Rifle, yeah.
Red Rifle, my left nut. All right, you mean nothing.
Red BB gun, maybe.
So he's supposed to be some kind of big shot now in Chicago until the draft came, and then that kind of got all blown into hell, didn't it? So. Luke says he was good in 2015. Well, damn. Let's run it back. Let's go look up his stats. So,
to be fair, saying that actually, it was something that Aaron and I were talking about doing for like some of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Is doing one of these lists, only a short one, like top 10 or something like that, but doing one of these lists for like the 10 greatest QBs and just put all of their stats in, which would obviously take ages to do and sort out, but it'd be really interesting to see how it comes out. So I don't know, maybe we'll do that sometime. Might be quite interesting.
That would be that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Now, Andy Dalton. One reason, if you guys are wondering why he's all the way at 22, even though he's 4-5, there is a category we have called Montana Clutch. Okay, and the Montana Clutch division Montana Clutch category consists of game-winning drives and fourth quarter comebacks, and they're valuable. So he's got 3 game-winning drives, 2 fourth quarter comebacks, and he was assigned a total of 3 points for this. Now, the points within the final points are a different thing because he had negatives as well. So he had negatives in other categories, negatives in depending on what the situation was, negatives in interceptions and things like that. So at the end of the day, it all balances out. But he did score well in that area, so kudos to him. I just want to make sure that I give him his due on that because he had some of the highest numbers in that Montana category for that in the mid-range guys, with the mid-range guys. Not the upper-range guys, but the mid-range guys, he did have some good moments, some Montana moments there in the clutch. But that's about all I can say for him. So moving along quite smoothly, we have number 21, and I don't even know.
Another load of meh.
Blah.
Yeah.
Do either of you have anything to say about this person?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was people in his own team saying he was decidedly average. So
what?
Yeah, he's competent. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So who knows?
No, those are code words. All right. When you suck, you're talented, you're competent. He's got all the talent in the world. Oh, he's very competent, which means what exactly? I don't have nothing against them. But I have to be honest here. It's the Dolphins. Okay? So I'm not going to get too excited over Tua Tagovailoa. You know, I'm not. But whatever, dude. Okay, so he went 6-3. Nice job. Ryan Fitzpatrick also played. I think Ryan Fitzpatrick probably had the best play of any quarterback for the Dolphins last year. But that's not relevant in this case because Tua became the final starter and played the most games. So he played 9 games. So he's by far had the most stats. So a nice round 7 points for Tua Tagovailoa. Not very interesting at all. So yeah.
Number 20 is going to upset a few people, I think.
When are we going to get to 10 points?
Huh?
I'm wondering when we're going to get to 10 points.
Why is that so? This one is unbelievable, and
wow. That's upsetting people.
I think that we talked about this a while back, and I said, is our formula off? Like,
yeah.
I mean, what happened here? And guys, I went, I'm the first person to say, there's something might be wrong here. And I couldn't understand it. How in the world is Lamar Jackson only at 7 points? And not only did he go 12-5, but he ended up in the playoffs. And this one confused me. Like, everything was fine. And I took a look at it. And I was like, how is this? And I was just scrambling everywhere, looking and looking and looking. And one of his biggest problems right out the gate was not enough volume. He just wasn't getting enough volume in a lot of the completions, touchdown passes, and things like that versus defenses. That's a certain category that we weigh heavily. Now, in case anybody's wondering, not only are rushing yards for a quarterback and rushing touchdowns for a quarterback counted the same or as much, but they're actually skewed higher. All right? So a rushing touchdown or a rushing scrambling yard is got an average point modifier that is slightly larger than a pass. And the reason for that is because they're not as likely. They're not as common. So even with that, I could not figure out like what the deal was. And I had the same problem, Shaq, with Cam. I couldn't figure that out either. I was like, well, Cam's got like 10 touchdowns, rushing. Where's the problem here? And it's just the lack of efficiency in all the other quarterback categories. And I mean, it's not terrible where Lamar is, but I think his campaign when he was MVP, I think that's kind of inflating what people think he actually did in totality for the year of 2020. If that makes any sense.
I think people are starting to sniff out, the intricacies of that offense now. I think that's probably why he's on the list this year compared to, because if we had this list in 2019, he'd probably be a top 10, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2019,
he'd be right near, in probably the top 2 or 3. But I mean, this is the thing. Like, if you stop him from escaping, he gets hamstrung. And that's it.
Yeah, and he starts, getting antsy. And it seems like a lot of teams this last season have started to clamp down on that. And that, bump and go, and, he stops, stutter steps, and just runs through a hole. That, it wasn't a lot more of those than there were in 2019.
Yeah, and when it comes to turnovers, he ranked in the middle area as far as, so he got a negative 5.4 points. It's not terrible. I mean, Brady got a negative 4.8, right kind of close to him. Ben Roethlisberger got a negative 5.6. So you could see these passing quarterbacks also had turnovers like him. So that wasn't necessarily bad, but it's not necessarily good either. The only problem is those other quarterbacks got a lot of volume. So go ahead.
Got decent points as well for the fact that he had 12 wins. So.
Oh, yeah. So everything he did was, in those wins is max volume. Let's not forget that he got a playoff game. So even though he lost his playoff game, in that playoff game, he was still getting playoff bonuses. So so a playoff game is more intense. It has a little more different skewing. It's skewed a little differently, not in every category, but certain ones. I mean, without going through every detail of the formula, it would be hard to kind of explain Lamar's situation. And I want to do that. So I want to make a video. We were talking about that earlier, guys, before the show started. We're going to make a video where we go through the intricate details of why each thing happened. But tonight is just about presenting these guys to you and letting you know where it stands. So,
where they ranked, yeah.
So like we have these quarterback categories. We have Montana Clutch. This is a master category called quarterback details. And in quarterback details, we have Montana Clutch. And then we have chains and trenches, which is your first downs, your third down converted. sack yards lost, things like that. And then you've got another category in details called the Dan Marino airmail, and that is air yards and air yards completed. And then you've got another category called, what's up?
Nothing. Carry on.
Oh, you have another category called Kurt Warner precision, and there it's made up of drops, batted passes, on-target throws, and bad throws, and then you get an average out of that category. And he got behind in that. And
sorry, Aaron, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go for it.
There's a super chat you need to read.
Huh?
There's a super chat you need to read.
I missed this. What the?
Wow. Donnie.
So some good words as well as a good super chat.
Donnie, thank you. Donnie. Donnie. Okay. Take a pick. 1313. This is Donnie from New England. He says a $400 super chat. He says, Bunker Buster in memory of my brother Richard Harmon. That is a nuke. You dropped the nuke right on the bunker. It hit the door. Okay? That's amazing. Thank you, Donnie. Yeah, that's incredible. So you will definitely have your brother's name right on that list. I'm putting you on there too, buddy. I know that you wanted it in for your brother, but both you are going on there. And
condolences to your brother, Donnie.
Absolutely.
And for you and your family.
Donnie, actually, Shaq, I was telling Donnie about this, but I said Donnie reminded me a lot of you. Donnie has spent his life taking care of his brother and looking after his brother, and I look up to people like that, and you have a choice. Just because you're siblings does not mean that you are obligated to do that, and I know a lot of people who have siblings who don't do anything for anybody, So when I see things like that, it just really, I think that's just amazing. And so when Donnie was telling me the story about him and his brother, that I instantly thought of Shaq and his brother. So it's just an awesome thing. But that's amazing, man. And Donnie met up with us in New England, and we have Shaq, you remember this? We have a photo where Mr. A falls asleep. So Mr. A passes out in the hotel lobby, and me and Milena and Shaq and Donnie and Jared, we all get behind him. I think Bitcoin Motors was there too, and we're all getting right behind Mr. A. Mr. A's like this. I don't even know if he knows that those photos exist because he didn't wake up when we were doing it. But that was a good time. That was a night that Donnie brought me Cokes in a bottle, glass bottles, and everything, and a bunch of Patriots gear. But
that's awesome, man.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. This is going to go a long way from helping us get a badass trophy. So
yeah, I'm just making some design notes here of where I'm going to put his brother's name.
Hell yeah.
It's in the notes, Donnie.
Thank you so much, man. And you know what? That was great timing too, Donnie, because now that puts us into the teens. So now we can move this up and we can start talking about some quarterbacks who are playing a
Mr.
bit better.
Prime time.
And So we kick off the teens just like that, Donnie. You get to kick off the most overrated quarterback in the league when it comes to what other teams think about him. All right? So I just repeat that so I'm not quoted out of context here. I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins is overrated in the general public because most of the NFL fan base thinks that he's not all that great, okay? But for some reason, and I don't know if you guys can explain this to me or not, but organizations seem to think that this guy is worth giving $30 million to every freaking year. How?
It's almost kind of like the same disease that they had for Brock Osweiler. Like,
yeah.
Highway robbery. Like, he stole from so many organizations.
Yeah.
I have heard nothing but bad things about Kirk Cousins as a teammate. Okay, so they say that he is a selfish player, so he cares about volume stats. Stats. He don't care if they win. He just cares that he gets his volume stats. And to his credit, it's worked, right? He's made millions, over $100 million. I think he's made because when he was with the DC, when he was at the DC Criminals, I know he was getting the franchise tag every year, and that franchise tag was around $25 million. So, and
he got what?
This guy
2 or 3 years of franchise tag, 2 years or something.
Yeah, actually, I think it was 3. But he's 7-9, but he is a pretty damn good quarterback, and that's the problem. So he goes out and he can look like he is phenomenal. Okay, so one game you'll be like, that Kirk Cousins is pretty damn good, right?
Yeah, one game he's having a shootout with Aaron Rodgers,
and then he's beating the Saints in the playoffs.
Yeah.
What? He's throwing to Kyle Rudolph. Push off. But he's throwing to Kyle Rudolph in the end zone. And he's beating the Saints and taking another ring from them. Or what they, potentially, what they thought was going to be their year. Of course, the last time the Vikings did that to them was the other dude. But Kirk Cousins, he's never going to win you a Super Bowl, but he can play. All right? Would I take him on the cheap on New England, with our situation, like from last year? Hell yeah, I would take him. Okay, so he's not that bad. Let's not get it twisted.
That's the problem, though. He's not on the cheap. He's on the mega expense.
And that's what I meant by overrated with organizations. They pay him way too much money, and he's not worth that. But yeah, so.
Got some more super chats.
I probably just lost all the Vikings fans. All right. Actually, no, they probably hate him too. Holy crap. James Johnson.
Wow.
Who is this? This is a new person. James Johnson sends $100 super chat. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. VAS community. He says Beyond plus Ultra. This is my name. Do you want our middle names too? If so, it's Walter. That's completely... Oh, wait. Walter Johnson. You said... That sounds familiar to me. Yeah, it's however you want it. However you want it, guys. So however you want your name written, you let me know, and that's what we'll put. As long as it's your name, and I'm not going to put anything... goofy or vulgar or anything like that. So, Melanie, are we doing good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Check this out, Melanie.
Yeah.
James Johnson, thank you so much. That's gonna put him down on the list, baby. You guys are awesome. Jake Saunders, $4.99, $5 super chat. He says, hey, so I'm going to go in and out. Tomorrow I graduate from high school. as third in my class, so I have to prepare for my
Nice.
speech. Damn. Well done, Jake. Hell yeah. Yeah, so is your nephew. He's graduating too. They're the same age, so wow. Dude, that's phenomenal. That's not easy to do. Congrats on that. Kick ass. And remember, don't get nervous. When you're a performer, when you're up in front of people, you're in control. You're the conductor. You know, the people watching you, they're not judging you the way people might think. They're waiting for you to entertain them or to give the speech, and they're listening. They're not thinking of it. So get up there, kick ass, nail it. All right? I'm pulling for you. Donnie sends, wow. Donnie sends another super chat for $50. So he's at $450 now. He says,
Moab, mother of all bombs.
I actually didn't know that. Okay.
The United States dropped one of those for the first time a couple of years ago. Well, I would say it's kind of redundant saying the United States dropped one of those because you're the only ones with those.
Wait,
so,
we're going with that. Okay, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking some kind of internet lingo.
No. That's what Moab is anyway.
He's referring to Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Okay, so mother of all bombs from me coming next time as Darnold Harmon. Thank you, Donnie. You're amazing, dude. You're awesome. You guys freaking badass. Wow. This quarterback is going to have an amazing trophy.
Yeah.
All right. We are kicking ass here. So let's get off of Kirk Cousins. What is that Shannon Sharp calls him?
First Cousins.
First Cousins or something like that.
Well, when he plays well, he's First Cousins.
Yeah, when he plays well, it's First Cousins. When he plays like crap, it's Second Cousins. All right. So, number 18 is a guy I like. I mean, I have nothing against him or anything. But I just don't know if he was worth what the Rams gave. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, we have a bomb called the Moab. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So you dropped one in 2018, I think it was. It's the only one it's the only time it's been dropped. It's the most powerful non-nuclear bomb.
Okay, I thought it was a, reference to...
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's actually a specific
awesome
bomb.
With Stafford here, so you guys might notice something. Whose name did we not call out yet in relation to Matthew Stafford?
Oh, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep this in perspective here. The LA Rams sent Jared Goff to the Detroit Lions for Matthew Stafford, and of course they were trying to unload his contract too, but they had to give a lot of crap, a lot of picks.
Yeah.
But yet, Stafford is lower on the list than Jared Goff. That's interesting, isn't it? But
I feel so sorry for Jared Goff next year.
Oh my God, we are literally gonna have our first death by sack.
He's been sent to quarterback purgatory. I swear to God.
I mean, it's gonna happen. So,
poor guy.
But if I was gonna give all that up, I would have gone for after Aaron Rodgers instead of Matthew Stafford. But again, that would have also meant that Green Bay would have to be willing to take on Jared Goff's contract. So it's a different situation. It depends. But anyway, Matthew Stafford is a volume shooter. All right. In basketball terms, that's what he is. He's the guy who will just keep shooting and keep shooting and keep shooting. And at the end of the night, he's got 50 points on the board, and everyone's going, but they lost by like 30. Well, yeah, but he's still good. Right? So, what's up?
Who's number 18?
Sorry, Matthew Stafford.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I might have confused the situation because I mentioned another guy at the same time. I was comparing. Yeah. Tyree Senshi sends a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tyree. And he sends another one back to back. He sends 2. So he sends a $10 super chat.
Yep.
But now that Matthew is not in Detroit, I guess it's all kind of, like I said, we could go into Matthew's statistics, but it's just volume, guys. It's just pure volume. And it's nothing bad, nothing exciting. He does have several pick sixes, and those pick sixes are hurting him in the stat record. And Redcoat, since you can see the whole spreadsheet, call out anything that you think is important, because I can't see it at the same time. So without having to go offline when I do it. Or, I mean, like not paying attention. You guys would have to talk. So.
Okay, let's see.
I'm just saying, if you do, you can always chime in. And Shaq, if you have anything you want to add or comment or make fun of. So,
No.
Not really anything to say about Matthew, I guess, though, right? So.
Nah, he's all right.
Kind of blah. All right.
Yeah. Whole load of whatever.
Number 17. Now, this is interesting. And again, this is a game of averages. We have Joe Burrow. Now, at number 17, Joe Burrow, what's impressive with this one is that he went 2-7-1 in 10 games and still was able to pull 10 points out.
Yeah, it was pretty damn efficient. Considering, he didn't have
that's a miracle. You saw what I was going to say, Jason.
How that kid's not dead, I don't know. Hope he comes back just as good this season after his surgery and stuff, because he'll be fun to watch. Assuming the Bengals aren't actually trying to kill him and look after him, but yeah, we'll see.
I see a comment. I just want to go back to the Stafford thing. Stafford is a better quarterback than Jared Goff, but this is just for last year, and but yeah, overall, I absolutely, of course, he is easily, yeah, of course. So I don't think anyone's disputing that. But with Joe Burrow, this is pretty impressive, guys. Number 17, rookie, and on the Bengals, that's just garbage in itself. So let's also not forget he was awarded the captaincy as a rookie. I thought that was pretty cool too. So now in hockey, captaincy it means a lot. So when you see that C, when I see the C on a guy's jersey, I think, wow, But I think. I don't know. It used to mean something, maybe not now. I don't know if they just put it on any starting quarterback these days, but still, whatever. But now we have the guy we were referring to earlier, Jared Goff, number 16. Okay. It's not hard to see why. He went 9-7. So Jared had a lot of good volume stats, but a lot of wins. So
sure, with the Patriots ass.
That's actually, yeah, it's one of the highlights in this. Behind me, I think eventually it will show. But he that was hard to watch last year. But Jared Goff is not as bad as people think he is. Sean McVay maybe has ruined this guy's career. Maybe. Because he may not ever recover being in Detroit. I just don't see him surviving there. But Sean McVay not only destroyed him by not teaching him to be independent of him while he's on the field. Yeah. But after it didn't work out, Sean McVay says, you know what? I didn't teach you anything, whatever, and I'm just going to send you to quarterback hell and dump you off. So while everyone is kissing Sean McVay's ass all the time, I don't know why everyone loves this guy so much, thinks he's so great, but I think what he did to Jared Goff was pretty shitty. So, and in that Super Bowl against us, he didn't have a chance. He had no idea what was happening.
It's 15 seconds before. Is it 15 seconds?
15 seconds cut off.
Yeah, so he was screwed.
That was just so messed up, dude. They did not prepare him for anything. And every time I saw our defense annihilate him, I was picturing Sean McVay getting sacked. Because you could see that was coaching or lack of coaching. All of it was lack of coaching. You're a new guy. You just come in. Think about this for Jared Goff. His first coach, do you know who his head coach was his rookie year? Jeff Fisher.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And now he's got a guy who wants to bite off people's knees.
So, yeah, he's going to, Jared Goff got the best of Tom Brady last year, too. And that was a primetime game.
Yep.
But, yeah, so because of all that, I have a soft spot for Jared Goff in a way. Like I feel like he kind of got shafted. At least he got paid well. That's good. So, but he could be better, guys. Honestly, I believe he could be better than what we've seen with the right coach. But worse than Jeff Fisher? No. Oh God, no. Jeff Fisher's horrible.
But he was the coach of the team in one of my favorite Patriot games. The opposing team.
59-0. In the snow. Oh, what a beautiful game that was. Uh-oh, we're already down to 15 now.
Yep.
Yep.
Eddie!
It's your guy.
Baker Mayfield, 12-6, started 18 games, broke into, he's well in the tens there, but got a playoff win, Cleveland Browns. Was that the Browns' first playoff win in this new iteration?
Yep, since 1994, I believe.
Yeah, since Belichick.
Yep.
They should have got two, but whatever.
The guy who can't coach.
Yeah.
What do you see there, Red Coat, on Baker there? Do you see anything that sticks out?
Yeah, he should have had two playoff wins, not one.
I meant for his statistics.
Obviously a large proportion of the cap. So, but yeah, still had a pretty good season. Personally, I would have loved to have seen the Browns win that game just because it's the Browns. Not anything against KC. It's just because it's the Browns.
Bullshit.
So that would have been cool. And I think Addy would have fucking exploded if that had happened. So, that would have been funny. But yeah.
You guys remember that night? Shaq, you remember that night? Browns versus Chiefs? I wanted that so bad for Addy. I wanted to see him pass out. Okay.
Because he was already drinking that night anyway, so it would have been too hard.
But
I'd have
you
been
know what?
I'd have been searching on the internet like Cleveland local news for like all of Cleveland, Ohio suddenly runs around city naked or something. That's just
The problem is though is how do we check on Addy? I don't even know his real name. So
well, we'll just hack into local traffic cameras and stuff. We'll just do a face search for Addy. I'm sure we'll find it.
We'll have to like trace his Skype or something. Oh, he was wasted. He was wasted. Like, Addy's a good drinker, which means that it takes a lot for him to get tipsy. But, I was happy for you, though, man. Just the game y'all won against Pittsburgh. You did it against a division rival. You beat the Steelers in the playoffs. And, by the way, Big Ben had a great year. And you beat that. And I was happy. I think everybody was going for the Browns, to be quite honest with you. If you're not a Chiefs fan, that is. So.
Yeah. I mean, that was the epitome of watching the underdog. So.
Donnie, thank you so much. He says, take care and God bless. Thank you so much. And I'll email you tomorrow about more details on everything, with the names and stuff. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you so
Thanks,
much.
Thanks, Donnie. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Donnie. One thing about Baker, though, and I think Addy will agree with me, that he protected the football pretty well. I think that was a different thing from the year prior. They ran the football a lot, which is probably pretty good. And then he protected the football. So if he can do that this year, I think he'll be maybe not top 10, but maybe he'll be a little higher on this list because, again, as long as you protect the football and don't make any mistakes, that's winning. That's winning football right there. It's textbook winning football.
And this is something that Cleveland hasn't had ever in this new iteration, since 1999, since they came back. This is the first quarterback they've had, the first real legitimate quarterback. So now I do know that I had mentioned, why isn't Aaron Rodgers wanting to be traded to Cleveland? Because in my opinion, like he was talking about Denver and Raiders, and we know why, because he wants to get closer to California, whatever. All right. But if he wants to win, if you put Aaron Rodgers on Cleveland right now, are they the favorites in the AFC?
Probably not favorites, but they'll definitely be.
They'll compete. That's for sure.
The other team. Like that team's stacked.
I think they deserve a fair shot with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
One in which, Mahomes isn't freaking running like a molasses.
Well, see, that's the thing,
Just,
Chad. I think they already, I think they already should be considered an AFC contender right now with Baker Mayfield. But we all know, clearly Aaron Rodgers is a far superior quarterback. But I think, honestly, if Aaron Rodgers instantly was traded for Baker Mayfield, I would put Cleveland as the number one favorite in the AFC.
Yeah.
I would have to. Their defense is just too good.
Yeah.
KC's defense ain't nothing special. They're not terrible, but they're, I don't see
They
anything.
ain't Cleveland Browns defense, though.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
And my God, the Cleveland offense looks like the Bucs. It's like, what the hell? How did they, whoever did the salary caps for the Bucs and the Browns are they deserve
Wizards.
a freaking raise, dude. Seriously, you cannot get both sides of the ball that well without some serious salary cap brilliance. So, all right. So, Addy, I think that's good. I think 15 for Baker Mayfield. I think that's awesome coming from where he was the year before. So, and a lot of hate on this guy. He just needed a little bit more volume because we're about to break into guys who are just cranking that shit out. All right. So now it's this list is getting tight. So. Who do you guys think that number 14 is? We'll let the Redcoat step away and see what you guys think. Oh, shit. Did Nightwalker just say launch detected?
Yeah.
You know what? That makes me nervous now. When I see a German.
There's no other. Yeah, there's. Oh.
A German says launch detected. I take that shit seriously. That joke would have been better if the Redcoat was here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there he is. Redcoat. It's because the Germans actually bombed his country. So, Nightwalker just said launch detected. So, the Germans are coming.
That's a fucking V2. I'm coming after you, Daniel. Freaking doodlebug over here.
The Germans are coming for you. That's going to confuse everybody. I switched you two. I got you guys back. I got you guys flipped. So if Shaq goes away, then it gets flipped again. That's fun. Yep, we have Blitzkrieg in the comments section. Dinnerling Dennis says, so we got two Germans now. So they're not alone. They've got friends.
So did we do number 14? Did I miss that?
Not yet. I forgot to read Addy's super chat. He sent a $2 super chat. He said, if I may quote Terrell Owens, that's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. If you say that about him, it's unfair. It's unfair. Thank you. Ooh, Addy also sends a $5 super chat. He says, to be fair, I banned that phrase, by the way, on Facebook. Baker had 4 different head coaches in 3 years, but it seems like Stefanski is the right pairing for Baker. I agree. I like it. He wasn't coach of the year, I don't think. Maybe, but I'm not sure. Well, maybe. I don't know. I guess it makes sense because of, it's Cleveland and all, but they had such a hard time, so.
Nicely done, Daniel.
You guys.
Nicely done.
Yeah, nice.
Wow, weird delay.
I was going to say, have you not seen the comments?
Is there a delay?
No, we're fine.
Did you see the video change to Derek Carr?
I
Yeah.
was distracted by the chat.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Just 1 second. Something's going on with the computer here. All right. So we got Derek Carr at number 14. Very underrated quarterback in my opinion. He is the underrated version of what I think Kirk Cousins is the overrated version. So I think Carr is a better quarterback than he's been given credit for, and he's worked very hard. And put in the work with John Gruden becoming the coach and everything, and he drank the Kool-Aid there. I don't see why the Raiders can't be pretty damn good this year.
Yeah.
Oh shit! The German launched a nuke. 360 euros.
Oh, yeah, so you must be delayed because, yeah, me and Jay got that a little bit
ago, yeah.
before you did.
Carefully calculated to not overtake Donnie and his memorial for his brother. Amazing, dude. Amazing. You know what, Nightwalker? We have a lot of Germans, and well, we've got two of you guys so far, but I know there's a third one. It comes on from time to time. But the winner of this is going to look down at the names and be like, we have fans around the world, actually. And the thing is, Germany has a pretty good NFL fan base. I don't know if you guys realize that. But
yeah, absolutely.
By the time, do you remember NFL Europe? You guys remember NFL Europe?
Yeah.
Before it ended, by the time it wrapped up, almost every team was a German team. Like they had, I think 4 or 5 of them was in Germany.
I think when it ended, all of them were.
Oh, all of them? Okay. I knew it was
so,
a lot.
Yeah.
It was like the
It
German.
got down to 2
NFL
teams in
league.
the UK, then 1, and then I think the last team in the UK, or the last 2 teams in the UK disbanded, and all the players then went to Germany.
Yeah. Does Aaron live in the US? Do I live in the USA? Yes. No, normally. Yeah, normally.
Supposed to.
I'm supposed to. Thank you so much, Nightwalker. Also, a.k.a. Daniel. That is awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Very tastefully done, Daniel.
Very. And this trophy is gonna be so badass. So the more we add on here, the better we can make it, baby. And I think we've made it phenomenal already. So you guys are awesome.
Yeah, won't look like some Michael's arts and crafts trophy from first grade.
That's exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what. That's exactly the point I'm trying to get at, is because, listen, these guys get awards all the time, all kinds of weird, random places and stuff, and people don't put much work into them, and they just put them aside or whatever. I want them to open this thing and go, what is this? Like, VonAllen Sports, look all it up and everything, look at all of our names and what we do here, and it'll have like a pamphlet that we're going to have a professional pamphlet made. It's going to talk about what we do here and everything, and how we're like a tight-knit group and stuff. It's going to be all that, and they're just going to be, wow, we've got to legitimize this baby. So,
and if for whatever reason, number 1 puts it on, like, even for a couple of seconds on their social media, that'll be crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, could you imagine? Wow. That would be a dream come true. That would be.
Yeah.
Just, like if they took a picture and posted it somewhere and said, look at this. That would make it. That would just make the channel overnight like that.
Yeah. One of the things that stands out about Derek Carr as well, from his stats, 8 and 8 and all that kind of stuff, but he did have not far off 70% completion last year, 67, just over 67%. So yeah, he's no scrub, that's for sure. 4,100 yards. So.
Oh, you talking about Derek Carr?
Yeah. And Carr is another one of these guys where I like him a lot. I really do. He's one of those guys that's he's understated as a leader. I think that he, doesn't get a lot of credit for how embedded he is to the Raiders and like that whole aura. But because the Raiders are so bad, he doesn't get that credit. But he still has room to grow, I think.
Absolutely, I feel the same way about him. So, but he picked up a lot of, in those 8 wins, he picked up a lot of good points there. In the I don't know if you noticed, Redcoat, but in the Montana clutch category, he had 5.
Yeah.
5 game-winning drives. 3 fourth-quarter comebacks. He picked up 4.8 points just in that alone. So.
Yeah, exactly.
If anybody's wondering why these are named after certain players, they're retired Hall of Famers. So, not going to name a category off of a current player. I saw that someone had asked that question, so I'm just addressing it now.
The only thing that damaged Derek a bit was obviously he had 9 interceptions, obviously, and 5 of those were in losses, and 2 of those were pick sixes. So that didn't help him, and quite a few fumbles.
Ouch! And if those fumbles come in losses, guys, that kicks your ass. Yes. Yeah, that's going to kick your ass badly. So. Yeah. And he didn't get any playoff. He didn't get any playoff stats, so he could have been higher, I think, if they had made the playoffs and he had got at least a game or a playoff win somewhere. I just believe he's good enough to where that would have kicked him up good. So. Yeah. So number 13. Let's take a look here. Now, this one we talked about, I said I was impressed. This impressed me. You'll see why. Matt Ryan. Okay?
4-12.
I want to know how you go 4-12 and you ranked 13th. Do you guys understand that going 4-12 means that almost everything he did last year, he was in the penalty. He was in penalty, basically.
Yeah.
So
most of his points were
all of his yards. Grade. Touchdowns. Everything was penalized instead of full credit, and the dude ends up 13th. This is why I was pushing to get Matt Ryan on the Patriots. All right, this is my example here. This is the exhibit A if this was court. All right, so this guy can play. I don't understand why main media personalities don't like Matt Ryan. It seems like they always shit on him. I can't figure it out, but they seem to have a problem with him. But he can play. Maybe
it's because he's not a Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers who does all these magical. He's just efficient. He just does the damn thing, and he's good at it, and that's boring. That doesn't make.
Well, that's the thing. Metronomes are boring, but they're consistent. So.
Yeah.
And exactly. It's just that, Shaq. It sounds like you're describing kind of another person too. People don't like like efficiency. They don't like good mechanics and all that. It's boring because he's not not running around and all that crap. But this dude's volume stats are insane, and the volume is so heavy that he was able to overcome all those negatives, all the negative penalties. He was killing it in like air yards and all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, he's all over this stat board.
Yeah.
He's the real deal. Great player. Give him a good team and give him, help him, get him a little help and on the coaching and defense. Everybody needs some help. And then you've got another Super Bowl run like in 2016. It's not his fault he ran into the GOATs. Plural. It ain't Mike Ryan's fault that they lost Super Bowl 51. I don't even want to hear that.
No, exactly.
Go back and watch Super Bowl 51. Listen,
I have more than once.
What do we say about Super Bowl 52? What is it that we all agree on? How do you throw for 505 yards and lose? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So clearly we don't think Tom Brady was the reason why we lost that Super Bowl.
No.
Okay. Matt Ryan got his team up 28-3. The dude did his job. He didn't even throw a pick. The only turnover he had was that fumble, strip sack. But, Tom Brady was also strip sacked in that Super Bowl against the Eagles. You see the comparison? You see how, it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It just happens, man. Things happen. For Matt Ryan's case, poor guy ran into Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and that's just screwed up, dude. And then on the other side, he's got Dante Hightower. Dante Hightower is a big game player. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not gonna wow you in a Week 5 game. Okay, he's not gonna end up on Sports Center or anything. You put that dude in the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, and everyone's gonna know who he is. That's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, he's one of the best players on the team.
But that's what Matt Ryan ran into. That 2016 Patriots team was a juggernaut, dude. It's just. But anyway, Matt Ryan, congrats to you, man. Going 4-12 and being 13th. You guys saw what being that kind of record did to those other guys that was ranked 27th and crap like that. All right. So that just shows you how good his volume stats and his efficiency was.
Yeah,
I know I'm a bit biased. And number 12, I don't want to rub it in. Okay. But can you guys guess who number 12 is?
Yeah, who's first in the comments to guess? His record was also trash.
I would say his record needed massaging. By the way, I got a massage.
He's really that high?
Yeah.
I can't believe he's that high.
And we've got another Matt Ryan situation.
Wow.
Now,
this I'm shocked about. I'm genuinely shocked.
He played very well. Actually. Garbage team. Garbage team. Yeah, that's why I did that, because Daniel. I was messing with Daniel. Because Daniel has been making Deshaun Watson massage jokes for months now on our Facebook. So I had to give him the shout out there. It looks like Redcoat got stuck or something. But and what how can I put this? It's very strange. Okay. With the Deshaun Watson situation. I don't know what the outcome is going to be, or what they're going to do with them, or if they're going to send him to a new team or whatever.
I don't even know what's going on. I mean, it's just been allegations. I mean, has anything happened?
Right.
So.
But he played great. He did, and he is. If this shows you anything, that he is not. What in the world just happened?
Oh, we're big.
That was odd. It shows that. All right, I'm not implying that it had anything to do with the Texans, but you're telling me that the Texans didn't know that he's been doing this for years? Whatever it was that he was doing, okay? I don't even care about that right now. But whatever he was doing, you don't think the Texans knew about this a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? And now, after he says he wants out and all that stuff, and then now, okay? Now, this isn't necessarily a defensive Watson or an accusation, because I like Shaq. I'm with Shaq. I don't really know what the hell is happening with him. But I will say this, okay? And this is for any player, especially the quarterbacks. These organizations have invested hundreds of millions of dollars and years of their future, of their business on these guys, okay? They watch everything they do. They keep up with every detail, everything. Now think about this. These guys spend more time at the facility than they do with their own families. If you look at Tom Brady for the last 20 years, he's seen Bill Belichick more than he's seen his own parents. Way more. In fact, it probably could be argued he's probably been around Belichick more than Giselle. Because she's probably, he goes to bed at like 8 o'clock. Okay? The point I'm getting at is these guys spend a lot of time at the facility. And these owners know everything. They keep an eye on everything. They know your blood type. They know if you're sick. They know everything about you. It's just kind of weird how it all come kind of crashing down after there was an incident. So, not saying it's connected, just saying that.
Does anyone else find it also weird that as soon as it was rumors that the Patriots were looking towards him and whatever, and then the rumors came out, and then the allegations came out. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I found it a little bit suspicious that as soon as the rumors that the Patriots were thinking about him, or I don't know if those rumors were true or not, but it just seems like when those came out, then these came out. And maybe I'm paranoid.
And Daniel, we're not saying that it's a setup. What I'm saying is there's no way that the Texans didn't know that this was happening. I just don't believe that. They're aware of it. Now, could they have leaked that info to somebody? I don't know. Maybe. I do know that Antonio Brown all of a sudden was knee-deep in shit the moment that it said he was leaving the Raiders and going to the New England Patriots. That was weird. So.
And then this guy Robert Klemko says he's gonna have some type of big story about Antonio Brown, and then as soon as he's cut and he goes and he's a free agent, he hasn't posted that story yet. Even now, since he's been on the Buccaneers, he hasn't posted that story yet. So
interesting.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Daniel was talking to somebody else. It's hard for me to figure out who you are talking to, or if you're saying something that it responded to something I was saying. But yeah, these organizations, they know these guys. Think about it. If you gave a quarterback like a big, over $100 million, and next 5 years you're joined at the hip with them, yeah, you're going to keep tabs on them. So if there's some shady shit going on, you have a pretty good idea. Yeah, they knew. You tell me the Steelers didn't know about what Ben Roethlisberger was up to? Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, right. Number 11. 11-11, Julian Edelman. Now, this is interesting because he retired. And you know what? Phillip Rivers used to go at one thing. It's having kids with the same woman. Dude, that's some kind of accomplishment. Like, that's got to be some kind of record. But, I mean, it's impressive.
Yeah, I just think he's like one of the most amazing quarterbacks to have the stats that he has with the most fucked up throwing motion I've ever seen.
It is the ugliest The
He
ugliest.
just makes it look like it's so hard to throw the ball, but he does it effortlessly. So I give him props for that because he makes it look like the most difficult thing on the planet.
It looks fucking painful, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously. It looks like it hurts. It's so massively ugly. We have James Johnson sending another super chat. $5. He says, if Brady had played in Super Bowl 50, he would have played his first 4 Super Bowl opponents twice each.
It looks.
Rams, Panthers, Eagles, and Giants.
Yeah. And back to Rivers, like his throwing motion, it looks like shot put. It looks like he throws like it's so weird, unorthodox.
But hey, it worked, so okay.
Yeah, it works.
I don't know about you guys, but I was surprised he retired because I didn't see any kind of problem with him, with his game. And he wasn't looking like
He
Drew
wasn't
Brees,
going to have a team.
you know? So you think that's... I mean... Really? Would you take Carson Wentz over Phillip Rivers?
They were going to.
Would you?
Yeah, I probably would. I'm basing
What?
that off. Yeah, I probably would. You've got Phillip Rivers for what? 1 or 2 more years, and you can lock in Carson Wentz for the next 8. I mean, Phillip Rivers is like Carson Wentz. He's turned into a turnover machine. I just think Carson Wentz has got more upside going forward than Phillip Rivers. So.
Really? You going to lock him in to do what? Get hurt again?
Well, yeah, you've got that risk, but where are you going with Rivers? You go into a whole load of playoff games and no further.
Phillip Rivers, he doesn't miss games.
No, but he also don't win big games.
Well, it's not like Carson Wentz does.
True, but he's got a much smaller sample size so far.
Yeah, sometimes that whole let's go with the younger guy because we got more years. That doesn't sell me.
No, true. No, that's not.
I'm for the here and now, the right now. That's what I'm about. So,
but Phillip Rivers ain't got nothing to show for
I'm trying
17
to start a
years.
fight. I'm trying to start some shit.
I mean,
it's not working.
You're making me say bad things about Rivers, and I actually like Phillip Rivers, but
Okay, but can I just say this? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers thought they had their future too when they drafted Jameis Winston #1 overall, right? And years and years and years later, they signed a 43-year-old man. So
yeah,
remind me about that whole future thing. I'm just
okay. Yeah, let me give your future thing some fucking context here. Okay. They went from signing Captain Turnover 30 for 30, and they've replaced him with the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
And the Colts just replaced Phillip old-ass Rivers having won fuck all in the playoffs with Carson Wentz. Yeah, hasn't done anything either, but has an upside to do something. So, that is redundant argument. That's almost a flat earthers argument right there. I'm not having that shit.
Come on, you got to admit that was pretty good. So,
fuck me.
For a bullshit argument, that was pretty good. I'm very happy.
That would
I'm very
be the
pleased.
epitome of grasping at straws.
I'm very pleased with myself right now. Daniel sends a $5 super chat. He says the only thing Rivers ever pulled out. Okay. The only thing. Hey, Milena, you want to read this one? No, I'm kidding.
That is wicked.
The only thing Rivers ever pulled out of was the playoffs.
Oh shit. That's awesome.
Daniel is so succinct. Like, going right to the point.
Absolutely brilliant. Oh my God.
Moving on. See, kids, not only do we talk football, but you get sexual education.
Yeah, because if you're going to pull out as many times as Rivers, you need to have Rivers' paycheck.
Jason, it's like you're reading my mind. It's like I was going to say the same thing. It's like if you're going to have that many kids, you might as well play quarterback or do something that you can pay for all those kids. Not be an Antonio Cromartie.
$100 million. Okay, good.
Yeah, don't be Antonio Cromartie, who has all these kids and is a shit cornerback.
Yeah. Well, what impresses me in that regard about Phillip Rivers is that it's all with the same person. So let's think about it. Like, not only he's stuck with the same woman, and for an NFL player, guys, that is incredible. But she's got to be some kind of mutant.
I don't know. I mean, if I was an NFL player with someone like Gisele Bundchen, I wouldn't be going anywhere either. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but Phillip Rivers isn't dating Gisele Bundchen.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, that's the biggest difference.
I'm wondering how does
I would have fucking retired already.
How does she do it? I mean, I'm just trying to think like how, like what. I'd like to interview her. Like, what turns her on about Phillip Rivers? like how did she get like moist for that? I don't get it.
Milena, would you like to come over and answer Shaq? Explain how she does it. After 9 kids, how do they do it after 9 kids? How does she do it?
No, I know how it works. I'm saying, like, how does she for Phillip Rivers? I mean, how do you muster up the wetness for Phillip Rivers? Like, it's not Brad Pitt.
Did you say the wetness?
Yeah.
I was hoping you wasn't going to repeat that.
It's not Phillip Rivers. It's not a Brad Pitt. Not Leonardo DiCaprio. It's Phillip freaking Rivers.
Wow, Shaq, I thought we were talking about something way different.
No, I'm talking about.
I knew what Shaq was on about.
How the woman turned on for nine times for Phillip Rivers.
Hello.
Oh my God,
dude! Nobody but you was thinking that.
Oh,
really?
Fucking Daniel was.
Okay.
Look at his latest super chat. His last name
Tiffany's
is Rivers.
interested. See, Tiffany's saying she's interested.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
so we have from females here who can answer us. Shaq wants to know how after 9 kids you can still do it. And I'll be honest with you, I want to know too.
I have been in love, Danny. I have, but
We'll take another.
I've been in love with beautiful women. I haven't been in love with Phillip Rivers. There's a difference there.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Then fine, I'll be the bad guy here. I have wondered how after 9 kids she still does it. I have wondered that. So.
See, it's the questions everyone wants to know.
It's the more you know. The more you know.
Oh my God.
Tiffany says this is so interesting. This conversation is happening. Yeah, I mean you never know where we're going to go on this one. So Phillip Rivers should be proud of being number 11 on this list, especially with him retiring and getting bounced out of the playoffs. But no.
And having 11 kids.
So
I don't know if that's
No, Jalen, he's not a decent looking dude. The money I get it, but he's not. And I'm pretty confident in my manhood to say that. He's not very good looking.
No. Yeah, I mean, I can safely say that the if I was in Tom Brady's shoes, I would have retired my ass a long time ago.
Thank you. If anything, Tom Brady's the one that should have the 9 kids because that's what he went for.
Yeah, fucking right.
the only way Giselle's going to get pregnant 9 times by Tom Brady is if she dresses up in a fucking NFL uniform. Like that's
exactly.
You want to get Tom
So
Brady's
she comes
attention.
to practice and stands in as the fucking center.
She's gonna have to bend over and hike the fucking ball to him because this dude is so hardcore about football. I'm surprised he even had time to knock her up twice. So
well, that's why when I saw that post from Jason Light, I think Jason Light saying, "Oh, he can play till he's 50 if he wants." I was like, seriously, she will kill him dead if he even fucking tries.
James, my goodness.
Babe, I'm gonna play till I'm 50. You fucking what?
Yep.
Oh shit!
So we have
we've got to get to the top 10. Fuck.
We have an $8.85 super chat from Luke, and he says, "Hey, why are we talking about this?" Because it's fun. The more you know. This is an educational channel too. Okay. $2 super chat from Addy. He says, "Dadgummit has to be the code word." Dadgummit. Oh, that's right. He doesn't even cuss.
No, yeah.
Dadgummit's like the worst thing he ever says, ever. Interesting character. James Johnson, $2. He says, "I'm the youngest of 13. Same parents."
Wow.
Wow, James. Wow.
That's 13.
Wow.
That's incredible. I thought my parents were crazy.
Met anyone who's had more than 3 kids?
There's 4 of us. There's 4 of us in my family. I even asked my dad once when I was a kid. I was like,
"So one.
Why'd you keep having kids? Like after like 3, didn't you kind of be like, this is how did I have
Well, I mean, at least Philip Rivers is throwing, starting offense, isn't he? So.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I think my brother right now, Steven, is trying to do that too. He's trying to create a team, and he's in competition with Philip Rivers at the moment. Or at least that's what he told me the other day on Facebook. It's not like I'm not selling my brother out here. He publicly admitted that he is trying to start a starting offensive line, and so. And of course, my nephew, who he named Thomas Brady Allen, is going to be the quarterback. And so, there you go. The more you know. See, you guys are getting an education. All right. Yes, this is a sports channel.
Most of the time.
All right.
Breezy.
Number 10. We're in the top 10. We're in the big hitters now, guys. Drew Brees.
Final season. Another retiree. Both retirees back to back.
Yeah, when I first posted Philip, that's why I said that. I was like, I saw them back. I'd forgotten that they were back to back, and I was like, that's weird because not only are they retirees, but Philip replaced Drew in San Diego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of connections here, but in the battle of the Chargers quarterbacks between Philip and Drew clearly won this one. He got a ring. He lasted longer than Philip because he'd been in the league years before Philip, or not years, but 3 years. Brees was drafted in 2001 and Philip in 2004. So, but they ended up retiring the same time. But as far as this last year goes, Drew Brees 10-4, got a playoff win against the Bears, which is, okay. Luke McQuay's gonna kill me for that, but sorry, it was the Bears. Anyway, but yeah, he got a lot of points for that. And the same thing happened with Baker. Baker got hooked up with that too. But Drew Brees' efficiency was off the charts. And you guys know the deal. I don't have to tell you about the kind of the levels he plays at when he's throwing the ball. He played very, very well when it mattered in the wins, and he didn't take too much of the losses, too much loss in the games that he lost as far as the points.
No. He had a couple of, he had a reasonable QB details, extra points in Montana clutch, and yet again another 70% completion season. So Brees being Brees.
Now after I get through and the final 10, you know, I can do it. Maybe I can do a screenshot and show you guys some of the formula, but I can't do it right now because then you would see who's next, and that would give it away. If you're wondering why I've not shown any of it, too much of what's going on there, but all right. Well, I guess we don't have our resident Saints fan, Chad Johnson, here. I thought he'd be pumped up that Drew Brees is here in top 10. So considering that, you know, he missed some games and
he missed. What was it, 5 in the end? 4,
yeah,
something like that.
So now it's about to get interesting because you got to think to yourself,
who's going to be where?
Who's going to be where? Like, why are there some guys that? There's Shaq. How you doing, Shaq?
Oh, did I go somewhere?
Yeah, you did, temporarily.
Oh, okay.
All right. Who do y'all think is number 9? Let's give everybody a chance to mention it. That's true. So, anybody get it right there, Redcoat?
No.
Who's missing? Football baby. There's what's his name? We had Tannehill. Is it not Tannehill?
Nope.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Wow.
First 4 games of the season MVP.
Yep, I was about to say. So, when we started this last year, first several weeks, Russell Wilson, my God, he was killing it. He was off the charts on this thing. It was like, my God, if he just coasts, okay? If he just coasts at that, even a little bit below that average, he's good to go. Okay. That's probably it. Check. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But if Russell Wilson could just stay even a little below that average, he was going to be MVP, right? Because his starting out was so insane. I remember all of us talking like that. Like,
I think his first 7 games or something.
Yeah. So let's people seem to be a little confused about Russell Wilson. So let's try to find in here and kind of
okay. So he smashed himself in turnovers later in the season as well, because he had 13 picks, but 8 of those were in losses, which didn't help. He had 1 pick 6, but that was in a win, so that didn't damage him too much. But he also had 4 fumbles to go with the 8 INTs in losing games, and those 4 fumbles were in losing games as well. So that compounded the sort of formula against him, really.
Yeah.
It's 18 total turnovers, but 12 of them were in losses. So Yeah, that's not good. And he had an INT, which was a pick 6 in his playoff game as well, in a loss. So again, compounded.
Yeah, so I'm looking.
He had some decent Montana clutch. He had 3 and 3 game-winning drives and comebacks. So that was good. Moved the chains on a reasonably consistent basis. But one of the key things as well is if you go to the end, like out of the total cap hit of 166 million that their team has, 134 million was on the field. So, that's now, don't get me wrong, for all of these top guys, it's well into the hundreds of millions on the field, as you would expect from teams at this point and this level. But that's one of the things that obviously didn't help it. And also as well, it goes against him the fact that he's got good coaching. So
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah. So
he's getting a negative 4.4 for coaching. By the way, guys, I want to go back. Somebody mentioned Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was getting a huge hit. Lamar Jackson got a negative 4.7 for coaching.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to Cam Newton. Cam Newton got destroyed for coaching. All right. When your head coach is Bill Belichick and your offensive coordinator is Josh McDaniels, you're going to take a beating there. So
yeah, I mean, Cam had -6 for coaching, which is, when you look at the rest of the formula, there was only one that was worked out higher, and that was just because of the total coaching. So not even just head coach. So yeah. Bad.
Yeah, you talking about Mahomes, right? With the 6 point. Yeah.
Obviously, it's not based off his legacy total, but it's basically the coordinator that takes it over. Probably. So
yeah, you guys keep in mind that this is about the quarterback. So the offensive coordinator is just as important in regards to this. So if you have a good offensive coordinator or one with a history, now we assigned points to the coaches as well and gave them legacy points, and then that we based that off of them. So, guys, Russell Wilson was on the field with some high paid players. He wasn't hurting. In every facet. The defense was giving up some crazy shit, but that's a different story. But yeah, everybody knows that I'm a huge Russell Wilson fan, right? You guys know that. I was hoping he'd be higher. I was hoping, but my hope doesn't change it. So yeah, I can't do nothing about that. We write these in, and the formula, and then the guys perform, and that's just how it works. So let me check the depth of the opposition real quick, because I remember being something about that there. Yeah, so here we go. So opponent win percentage at kickoff. Now, this is a 4-week rolling system. So every 4 weeks it changes. So it's only based on the teams you played in a 4-week span. Wilson ranked 27th. Okay? And what that means is that he had one of the easiest schedules. Okay, I put that in quotations because I don't like that word easy schedule. But for the point of what I'm trying to say here, it means that on a 4-week basis, the teams he played averaged a win percentage of 0.431. That's not exactly impressive, okay? So he didn't earn a lot of points in that regard, and that hurt him. So all this stuff adds up, guys. It all adds up. But yeah, I was disappointed to see that. He's got to win an MVP eventually, right? I mean, come on. This is what he does, right? Every year, doesn't it seem like he starts out as MVP favorite and then it just all goes to shit? Isn't this what Russell seems to do?
Yeah. It's kind of a conundrum, really. It's a bit annoying. But it's what it is, I guess.
That is what it is.
Where's
Lucas,
but I'm going for Herbert again for number 8. Just keep fuck it. Just keep buying Herbert now.
I just want to reiterate that for those who are members, so VonAllen citizen, if you're a member up here and you're a VonAllen citizen, I would be happy to schedule a, sorry, my legs are falling asleep here. A more in-depth conversation, where we can talk more into details and stuff like that. So, if you, Mahomes. What? Yeah, unfortunately, Russell didn't do that great in that playoff game. And Redcoat, you mentioned it, right? That pick 6.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt. You see, in the playoffs, if you're passing yards and your touchdowns, if you get bonuses for that in the playoffs, guess what happens to your picks?
Yeah.
Okay, so
it gets compounded. If you throw a pick, there's a pick 6 in a loss.
Yeah.
That's the 3 worst things you could do.
You can't. You just can't. And it means more. So an interception matters more in a playoff game, and that's just killed them. And had they had won, then that pick 6 wouldn't have mattered much, really. So.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Moving right along here. We're a lot farther along than I anticipated. This is good. All right. Because I wanted, make sure we got there in time. Let's see. Okay. Who thinks number 8? Milena's favorite player not named Tom Brady. Okay. You guys know who he is.
Baby.
Football baby. Well, since she's not on, I'll say it for her. I'm Kyler Murray. I'm a little football baby.
Aaron, do me a favor. Remind me at the end, once we've got through everyone, to come back to something that someone said. Just remind me of that, and I'll know what it is.
So I just say football baby?
No, it's not. But it's something.
Oh, okay.
It's something. It's quite a good comment that I'll come back to.
Okay, cool. So Kyler Murray, as you guys know, Kyler Murray made the Pro Bowl and Tom Brady did not. Now, if that should tell you that the Pro Bowl voting is completely idiotic, you would be right. I have no idea what the Pro Bowl is voted on. When they start that? They started around week 12, right? Something like that?
Yeah,
probably.
Anybody explain this to me, why that's done. Why isn't it voted on after the season's over? Like, what is the point? But I'm going to take this moment for Kyler Murray to apologize to him. Look at that run. That was insane. Fast little dude, isn't he? But when he was drafted, I was a bit hard on him. Okay, so I said that he should have been drafted, but in the 5th round as a running back or slot receiver or something.
Yes, because he's the same size as a Tic Tac.
Okay, so I like I said, that was pretty harsh. I have nothing personal against him. I just don't think he's tall enough to play quarterback. Now,
yeah, good season.
Has he proven me wrong when I said that he shouldn't be first overall? No, he's not proven that. But something like that takes a lot longer. So he deserves to have more time to prove that wrong. He can't do it in like just a couple of seasons. But I will apologize to the fact that he made 8th on my formula. Or our formula. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is a victory for him. This is as far as that goes.
He had 17 total turnovers, 10 of which were in losses. So, yeah, on the rest of his stats, he did pretty damn well. Especially on an 8 team as well. So, I mean, he was 7 Montana clutch, like game-winning drives and fourth quarter comebacks, 4 and 3. So, yeah, he did pretty well.
Well, talk about a dude. Talk about a guy where I trash him, and then he comes back and he uses my own formula against me. That's funny. All right. So, props to Kyler Murray, dude. You know, and way to go, man. And I hope he keeps doing it because I like it, and I know Milena loves him. Milena loves him because he's little. You know, she's a little football baby there, but all right. You know, I don't know what's. I mean, I know it's the quarterback list, but I am interested with what's going to happen with Larry Fitzgerald. So
yep,
I'd like to.
And
see
they just
what
signed J.J. Watt, so.
Yeah.
Although I think they lost, I think they lost Patrick Peterson though, didn't they? Didn't he sign somewhere else, or wasn't there talk of him going somewhere else in free agency? I can't remember. I'll have to check, but that would be a bit of a loss. So, but yeah, Kyler Murray's played well, so let's see how he goes next year.
Good for him. Bravo, dude.
Yep.
But if you thought it was interesting that Kyler Murray's number 8, I am absolutely perplexed by this. Now,
but love it at the same time.
I will say he was my number 1 pick out of the draft last year. As far as the guy, well, not number 1 pick. What I mean is the guy I liked the most. After they were all drafted, I thought he would probably be the best. But to see him do this, is. How did this happen?
That kid was fun to watch last year.
Yeah.
He was fun to watch. I actually watched a few Chargers games last year just to see what he would do.
And he came out of not like nowhere.
Yeah, he did.
But it was like
he came out of nowhere.
You didn't really expect him. Yeah, you didn't expect him to just come out with I think what he had 4 touchdowns, 400 yards, like his first 3 games. It was crazy.
Especially when it was like, you kind of have to play because the doctors kind of fucked up and punctured Tyrod Taylor's fucking lung or something. So do you mind just jumping on the field? Okay, great, thanks. And then lights up the whole season. Brilliant. And he's at 7, having gone 6 of 9.
That's what I'm saying. This is, dude. This defies any kind of rational thinking. I don't. Okay, just to let you guys know, I mean, we poured over this formula over and over again, and there were some things that just was like, wait, this shouldn't be this way. A rookie on the Chargers with that record should not be this high. Okay, we saw what Matt Ryan did, and that was impressive, but he's a former MVP and former third overall pick.
And had to keep checking.
Keep in mind,
right. Yep.
Guys, the Redcoat is an engineer who has interviewed with NASA, and he couldn't figure it out. How the hell did Justin Herbert defy the formula? I want to know.
And it's not even that perplexed me the most. Right? The thing that did perplex me the most is the fact that he had 11 turnovers for the season, right? 10 INTs and 1 fumble. 9 of those interceptions and that fumble were all in losses. So they're compounded against him. That's how good the rest of his stats are. Like, it's just.
So he does great in completions in the completion category. And remember, I want to let you guys know that with completions, yards, and touchdowns, you get bonuses on a game-to-game basis. So basically, let's say the Chargers are playing the Jaguars, all right? If the Jaguars are averaging only allowing 220 yards passing per game, okay, I'm just making this up, all right? If they do, and Herbert's, if he has to equal 220 passing yards in that game, and anything he throws over that is bonus points.
Yeah.
Now, when you do this for every quarterback every game, it adds up. And if you can either go under that and go into the negative like Cam Newton did. This particular stat killed Cam because Cam was always under the mark. So if Cam was playing a team that
usually way under,
he was way under. So he'd only throw like 120 yards. He's under, and he's playing a team that's allowing 320 yards a game in passing. He's getting killed there, man. And the only thing that saved him even better is that I did an average point assignment, which means that you can't go you can only go so low before, and it'll stop counting against you. And I had to put a cap there for those particular situations. But in Herbert's case, every time he played a team, he would defy what their average defense was doing. He would just go around it. It's crazy, this kid.
Yeah, this kid is so good. So good.
And I love it. I love seeing this. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Oh, go ahead, Shaq.
No, I was going to say, I don't think that this is the fact that it's just the beginning for him. I think that the sky is the limit as far as his potential, because
absolutely,
I think that I don't think that I don't think he's going to have the sophomore slump, that other quarterbacks and other players are used to having, because it's if you come into it where it's second nature to you, then what's another year or 3? You know what I mean?
And this is the thing, and he didn't get a lot of negative points for coaching because his team's coaching last year was not good.
Yeah.
So if he gets some decent coaching this year, and he's got some great players, man, they could be interesting. They could be a lot of fun to watch this year. Like I said, I watched some Chargers games last year just to see what Herbert was going to do, because some of the stuff he did do was amazing to watch. So, yeah, good luck to him. Great season, and I hope he keeps getting better.
And he gets to let's see. So, the Bucs play. He plays the Bucs next year, right?
Maybe. I can't remember.
Or the Patriots, one of these.
He played us last year.
No, Patriots. But I think we're set up against them again because of our placement.
Yeah, we go and play the Chargers and the Rams, I think.
Because of our placement in the division.
Yeah.
So, which we normally aren't used to. We're always number 1. So we end up playing the division winners all the time. It's weird us not being lined up against Kansas City, and it's just strange, But
6th easiest schedule.
Yeah, easiest.
You
guys know my cat Ramses that helped us helped the Bucs last year win some games and in the playoffs. Yeah, he knows how to open the door now. He just busted in. He's got massive, glorious balls, dude. They're huge. It's like when he's walking, that's all you see.
Massive glorious balls.
They're glorious, absolutely. Yeah. We have a super chat. Elliot sends $5. He says, I'm not going to lie. That Bucs versus Chargers was probably one of my favorite games this year. A lot of back and forth scoring with good defense. Yep. Yeah, that was a good one. That game actually, Elliot, that game is what made me really, really look at Justin Herbert and go, shit. All right. Now, Shaq and Jason, you guys know that way back we used to worry. Remember, we'd have conversations. We'd say, what happens when all these quarterbacks retire? Are we going to have a new group?
Yeah.
And we were concerned.
Are they going to be as good and interesting?
We didn't see a new crop, but I think we're putting together a good group. Right now, it's led by Mahomes, of course, but Russell Wilson's still relatively young. I mean, you know.
Yeah, he's still there.
He can carry on for another 10 years probably, as long as he stops getting sacked so much. But
I was going to say, yeah.
But he seems to be like an Iron Man, right? Russell Wilson, he never misses games. But anyway, so we got Mahomes leading the charge, but then you got Lamar Jackson. He just won MVP recently. And now we've got Justin Herbert coming through. Jared Goff and Carson Wentz, they were supposed to be part of it. But yeah, Josh Allen, exactly. So it looks like maybe we're getting that new group. And that's good. We need somebody to hand the ball off to. Because I was worried. We were going to go and,
Yeah, cross your fingers for this next group too. Maybe, you know, a lot of them, except for Zach Wilson, because I have no hope for him.
Well, see, the next group of QBs coming out are probably going to be full of MVPs because all the talking heads on TV keep saying the next group of QBs to come out are all crap. So that means they're probably all going to be amazing.
Except for Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, because they're doomed for.
Oh no, sorry, I meant not this group that have just been drafted. I meant the next QB class. So next year's draft. Everyone's saying, they're all going to be terrible and there's no one worth drafting, basically. So, you know, that means there's probably like superstars everywhere. Fucking talking heads.
Yeah, Herbert, I think that one of the things that really impressed me about him more than, you know, his athletic ability is, again, his fearlessness. It's like it was like plug and play for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He certainly didn't look like a bloody rookie yet last year. I'll tell you what, the only game where I suppose he did look like a rookie was against us.
Yeah, the Patriots.
But, I'll give him a pass for that. It was a rookie QB who went up against Bill Belichick with a massively inferior coach on his side. So, I'll give him a pass for that game.
All right. Just stretching out a bit. All right. It's getting interesting. All right. Who's number 6? I think it's probably easy to figure out on it by now who number 6 is. So
I reckon most people would have probably forgot about this guy.
That's true. Maybe. Have you seen his name mentioned at all? Milena, did you catch up? Did you get Justin Herbert at number 7? Okay. Justin Herbert was 7. Okay. Sorry, what?
Did we do number 8?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I don't know. So.
What was it?
Yeah, you were out of the room. Football Baby.
Oh, I think I wrote you.
Yeah, Football Baby was number 8. So. Okay. All right, Ryan Tannehill.
Mm-hmm.
So, props to him. Okay, now The thing about Ryan Tannehill, he's come a long way, hasn't he, guys?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
If you're a Patriots fan, you know all about Ryan Tannehill and the Miami Dolphins. And you know that because we all know we have a favorite team, we keep up with the division, we watch everything about them. And from the very first time he was drafted, Miami Dolphins were on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
So.
And he held out.
Milena 6, Ryan
As a
Tannehill.
rookie.
And yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. He held out, and something really struck me as odd. When he was in the quarterback room, he didn't understand how the divisions worked in the NFL, and didn't seem to have a grasp on how the NFL was formed, like the actual how it all works. He seemed to be completely clueless about it, and that was weird to me. Like, okay, dude, you just signed a massive deal to get here, and you don't even know the most basic details about the NFL. What have you been doing your whole life while you've been playing football? Like, how did you miss out? How did you miss that? I didn't understand it. And that immediately, I know it's something small, it's seemingly something small, but it made me think that he wasn't serious, you know? And then I was right. So he was asked for how many years? I mean, we just picked on this guy for a long time. And don't tell me that he was responsible for some lucky wins against us, all right? I mean, that I can argue that one all day long. You don't put Gronkowski as the last line of defense on a kick return, although I think that Belichick thought they were doing an onside kick, right? Or Hail Mary. Oh, no, Hail Mary. Yeah. It was Hail Mary. He thought they were going to do a Hail Mary. So he had Gronk out there for his hands. But anyway, or that we wouldn't even care about that game. But
you put the 6'6" tight end out there in that position. Yeah, fine for a Hail Mary. Not when he's got to run after someone.
But this guy getting replaced and kicked out this is an example of the best thing that could have happened to you, right? So this is the problem, guys, with first round picks. When you go into the first round and you hold out and stuff like that, you think that you are amazing and entitled already. And you don't try, you don't focus as much, you think everything's handed to you. But then when you have your job taken from you and a team says, you know what, we don't even want you anymore, that wakes you up. And that can either kill you, that can destroy you, or it can make you work harder and be better. In Tannehill's case, that dude took his second chance and ran with it.
Absolutely. I mean, out of the top 6 QBs, he actually got the most points in the QB details section. So for the Montana clutch, he actually got the most points because he had 6 game-winning drives and 5 fourth-quarter comebacks, giving him 6.8, which is the most by some margin, actually.
He tore up that area.
I had a great season. Yeah.
Very, very quiet season Ryan Tannehill had last year. Because it's Derrick Henry. It's all about Derrick Henry, and rightfully so. Derrick Henry is a freaking just
2,000-yard beast.
Ridiculous. He is Jim Brown in an era where there are no running backs anymore. Like he just defies everything.
He's an absolute unit.
Yeah. So Ryan Tannehill gets overshadowed by that, and we understand that and understand why, but he didn't get that much attention last year, and here are the results.
Quietly wrapped up an efficient as hell season.
Number 6. It's not no joke, and I'll say it again, guys. to get number 6 on this list, you had to do some serious shit. Don't listen to the media. Just because things feel a certain way on TV, you watched a game or you heard someone make fun of somebody or another team and you feel that it's that way, doesn't mean it's true. And Ryan Tannehill is a perfect case of this. And so is the next guy, number 5. Number 5 is probably the best case of don't listen to chatter from other people. Look at the actual results. Look at the situation. But for Ryan, 11-6, that is big time. That helps you right there. That's 11 wins. So that's 11. So not only is he playing efficiently, but he's getting full points. 17 starts, playoff full game. Credit. He lost, but even your bad stuff, even your yards in a playoff loss is better than your yards in a regular season win. So that still matters there. You still did good. 20.58. So I think I kind of gave away who number 5 is. It's pretty obvious by this point. So. Now this gentleman is I don't know if I'd call him a gentleman, but this fellow is the epitome of don't listen to people on Facebook or Twitter who are just talking shit all the time. Ben Roethlisberger, number 5, Big Ben, played out of his effing mind last season, and nobody noticed. Nobody noticed.
Nobody.
Nope. He had yet another 500-yard game, I think, last year. Nuts.
Now, I would like to give myself a pat on the shoulder because before the season started last year, and you guys can back me up on this, when we were going over who could be MVP, Ben Roethlisberger was my dark horse, remember?
Yeah.
So, and I remember people in the chat were like, Ben Roethlisberger, he missed the whole season. I said, exactly. I said, he's had a whole year to be pissed off. Do not think that a guy of his level who's done what he's done is going to sit around and not come back angry, okay? And not only that, but Ben has been in the league so long, he's seen everything, you know? He's seen a lot of stuff. And now you can only do so much with what your abilities are. But he's seen as much as the next guy. He's seen as much as Brees or Brady or Phillip Rivers or any of those guys. He's seen just as much. And, they're going to process things differently. But, yeah, don't bet against these older guys when they've got something to prove. Anybody remember when Brett Favre was, moved out of Green Bay and they wouldn't take him back after he changed his mind? He had something to prove. Even when Brett Favre was on the Jets, if he hadn't got injured, they were going to take our division probably. So instead of the Dolphins. He had the Jets playing well. And then he goes to the Vikings and puts the freaking Vikings into the championship game.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Don't underestimate a veteran quarterback who's been around the block a few times. This guy's played in 3 Super Bowls. And I just think he seems to get ignored quite a bit. Now, Ben took some hits too, by the way, in the category. Coaching goes against him. So Mike Tomlin's legacy score is freaking high.
Yeah.
What is Tomlin's legacy score? Where is he? I know he's one of the highest.
Where's Tomlin? Bloody hell. Yeah, his legacy score alone is almost 40. Now, to give you an example, Andy Reid is like 61. So, yeah, Pete Carroll's is 40. So, pretty damn high, actually.
Right. So Big Ben has got Tomlin's high legacy score counting against him.
Yeah.
So what could he have done if the Steelers were just a bit better? If they, instead of winning 12 games, what if they had won 13 or 14? What would we be talking about right now?
I mean, out of all the coaches that are left, like Andy Reid's the coaching negative, the only one that's higher is Andy Reid and the enemy. So that's how much negative Ben's getting from that. So it's quite a lot. And Ben also had a few turnovers go against him as well last year. So yeah, he had another pretty good season.
Yep, and you know what's interesting? All these guys come and go. So Antonio Brown leaves, Le'Veon Bell's gone, but yet Ben is still putting up numbers. In fact, this season right here that we're talking about, I think could be his best year. If not his best, it's one of his best.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So it's just they fell apart. They fell apart at the end. It's inexplicable what happened there. All right. You know what this means?
Four.
We got 4 left.
Hang on. Who's at number 4?
What in the world?
So.
Oh. All right.
Okay. So there's a few people that are putting their list in.
So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is actually. In the comments, it's quite interesting. Some of the orders people have got.
Let's remind everybody. Let's just take a second before we go to the final 4.
Yeah, explain what you're doing.
Okay. That, pardon my French, but these are the big dicks. Okay? These are the top dogs. All right? These are the guys. Their NFL Supreme Leader score is about to jump off the page. Okay? So
yeah.
We're talking playing levels, efficiency, in the clutch, volume, everything. Everything you want is there.
And to be fair, to give it some context as well, the jump from 5th to 4th is 9 points, which you may think is not, and that's a summary of points, which you may think is not that much, but in terms of this formula, it's a shitload. So it's not to be scoffed at, actually. This jump.
So you guys remember early on when Shaq was wondering, is anyone ever going to score 10 points? And number 4 is about to jump up to 9 points, a 9-point differential.
Yeah.
So who does everyone think that number 4 is, guys?
There's a few banded around.
Hey, my brother's here, Steven. What's up, man? I was talking about you earlier, telling everybody that you're trying to compete with Phillip Rivers to create your own offensive team. So,
I mean, the general consensus from the chat is I think most people think Josh Allen's going to be 4th. There's a couple of people that think Aaron Rodgers is going to be 4th. See, that surprises me. There's no one saying that they think Brady's going to be 4th. So there's a couple of people who have put the actual league MVP as 4th.
Wait, you guys think that Aaron Rodgers is going to be 4th? Why? Why would did they explain?
No, it's just what they've done it. So
that is bizarre. What do you think, Shaq?
Oh, you're on mute,
I mean,
Shaq.
it is weird. I'm not sure.
How the NFL MVP people would think they're for. I don't know if that's what people really believe, or if it's just nobody here likes Aaron Rodgers. I mean, could this be
there
personal?
may be a bit of shade.
That's probably the deciding factor.
Might as well put number 4 up on the screen then. Show everyone who it actually is.
Can you explain like you did in the beginning what we're doing?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. So before we go to number 4, Milena's right. So I just want to reiterate, because we have a lot of new people coming in. What we're doing is, this is the VonAllen Sports quarterback MVP. We are raising money tonight to get the best trophy we can purchase and design. And so all super chats tonight are going to go to the making of the trophy. It's got to be badass, because these guys receive a lot of great things. They're multimillionaires, so it's got to be something that stands out, or they're not going to care. And the MVP is based off of a formula that we believe is better than just about anything we've seen out there, because that was the whole point in building it, because there were so many flaws in the other ones. But
and it will get better.
And we're always trying to improve it, of course. The QBR, they didn't get that settled for 5 years or something. I think passer rating even longer. But anyway, so that's what we're doing here tonight. If you send a super chat, and you can get your name on the plaque that comes with the trophy. So the trophy will be sent to whoever the MVP player is. It's one of the top 4 left, of course. And your name will be on that plaque.
I'll have a look in the analytics later. Obviously, I've made a note of certain special ones, but I'll have a look in the analytics later and get the names of all the chats. Okay, number 4.
I was just reading the comments there. It's kind of fun. Uh-oh. Yeah. Here we go then. Holy shit!
League MVP, Aaron Rodgers, number 4.
Yep.
Not VAS MVP.
How? How is this possible?
The sarcasm is biting.
But ESPN assured me that he's a bad man. Okay, well, he is a bad man.
He is a bad man.
He's one of the top 4 quarterbacks in the league.
Yep. And he had some phenomenal stats in his favor this year. 48 touchdowns, almost 71% completion percentage. But not enough. He had some significant turnovers go against him. He had 5 picks for the season, granted, but 3 of those were in losses. 1 was a pick 6. He lost 2 fumbles in losses as well, which obviously damaged him quite a bit. And out of the top 4, well, actually, not even top 4, out of the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. How far do I have to go down here? Okay, so I have to go all the way down to number 12, Deshaun Watson, to find a lower Montana clutch IAQB details points total. He had the lowest in the top 12 with 2 game winning drives and 1 fourth quarter comeback, only giving 1.8 points. So
now
he did have sorry, we did have one of the lower coaching totals go against him as well, because obviously he only had Matt LaFleur. So
he benefited from Matt LaFleur, right? So
yeah, because he had less deduction from coaching. So because his coach was newer, so in comparison,
so you guys ready for this? Here is one of the things that hurt Rodgers. No one mentioned this during his MVP season. He had one of the weakest, in regards for our list, weakest schedules as far as who he played on a 4-year rotation, a 4-game rotation. The only 3 players who had a weaker schedule on a 4-game rotation all year long than Aaron Rodgers was Kirk Cousins, Gardner Minshew, and Mitchell Trubisky. Aaron Rodgers played, on average, a team, and like I said, on a 4-game rotation, because 4 games is only as good as any team can be. You cannot count an average in Week 10. You cannot count a Week 1 defense to their Week 10 average, because by the time Week 1 and Week 10 happen, in Week 10 they're a different team, they're different players, they're injured or they got guys back. They're just completely different. You can't do it that way. In my estimate, a team is who they are in a 4-week span. So in that rotation, Rodgers on average played a team that had a winning percentage of 0.425 and average, which is, 26th. The 26th lowest winning percentage against teams for a win percentage. And then in points allowed, okay, so these are teams that he played that allowed all the points, 25th. He had the 25th lowest schedule there for points allowed, opposition points allowed. And this is, of course, Milena's death to the opposition category. This is a problem. A big problem. And it's not like you can't know this ahead of time. Okay, you can't look at the schedule, and I can't look at the schedule and go, okay, that's an easy schedule and we'll know how it works. Because it's based on performance. I won't know how a team is playing until Week 4, and then I can look at that. And then in Week 5, I can tell you based off the previous 4 weeks and so on like that. So the results and what happens each week is how this is dictated. But it's what's striking to me, and what's strange is how Aaron completely shit the bed in certain areas where he was required to be the guy, to be the man here. Did you mention front office at all? Did you mention salary cap?
No, I didn't. But give me a second.
Okay, I'm gonna check it.
Across.
So yeah, So he had $141 million on the field with him.
Yeah. Out of the 165 spent.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay. Just put that in perspective. He had a top 10 salary on the field, guys. Top 10. Aaron Rodgers was playing with a top 10 roster on the field. Okay, so that's not a problem. All right, well.
That lends itself to suggest, much better injury percentage against a lot of other teams, because it means your main players that you pay are on the field. He did lose his starting tackle, Bakhtiari, but obviously other than that,
that's the thing. Everybody is losing somewhere, and it's a give and take situation, but you can't really say that that's going to hurt them there. But this is number 4. This is good. So all these guys are awesome. It's not like we're saying he's trash or something like that. But I'm just trying to explain the possible ways how an NFL MVP of a regular season can drop so far and fall so far. Because let's keep in mind, Josh Allen also lost in the the AFC Championship game, but yet he's not number 4. So why is Aaron Rodgers? How is this possible?
Yeah.
Now,
numbers.
I can tell you guys this now that Aaron Rodgers has been revealed. Aaron Rodgers did not win the regular season either. So he may have won it in the NFL MVP, but this formula, after this regular season was over and I looked at it, he wasn't the winner. So he was not going to win this. The only way he was going to win this is he was going to have to go on a tear throughout the playoffs. And
yeah,
that didn't happen. We all saw what happened, so. But he's got good solid numbers everywhere. They're just the 3 guys left just killed it. They just killed it. They killed almost every category they were in. And it wasn't enough for him. I'm trying to look here and see. Now, I know he led in a certain division. One in particular, one of the big divisions. Okay, so he led in touchdowns. He got second place in touchdowns for the season. So he got a score of 14.3 for touchdowns. So that's badass right there. And what that is that's all kinds of touchdowns. That's rushing and passing touchdowns. Playoff, regular season, they're a little different. And then that's the week to week over and under. Okay, like I explained earlier. So the over and under, you get that as well. All those combined gives you a final score for touchdowns total. Let's see. In yards, he was 4th. In that
yeah, I was just
total category. Let's look at completions. Completions, he was 4th. So he's there. He's like in the hunt in almost every category, but just not enough. So I think wouldn't you agree that the playoffs is what did him in, probably?
Yeah.
The lack of
mostly. Yeah.
Clutch
and the
yeah.
And the clutch section, yeah.
Too bad. But that's 33.17. Boy, these scores are ridiculous. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've obviously jumped up hugely from previous, like I said, from 5 to 4 is just huge. I mean, the jump between those two is more points than like half the freaking table even got. So.
Number 3, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably pretty easy to figure this one out.
Yeah, a lot of people got this right, obviously.
Yep.
Big Josh Allen.
Okay, so Josh Allen at number 3, Milena.
Man, did he jump up from his first 2 years. Shit. If we'd have done this 2 years ago, or even the year before, he would have been in the bottom half of this freaking thing. And this year, he just absolutely destroyed it.
Guys, what the hell happened? All right. Tom Brady leaves the New England Patriots. The country gets COVID. And Josh Allen, a Bills quarterback, is ranked 3rd.
And this is the kicker of that. With that 3rd, he's got 16 personal turnovers. He's got 5 interceptions in wins, 5 interceptions in losses, and 6 fumbles that are in wins. So his modifiers are, even for his bad shit, he's managed to make up for it and discount them. And he had 3 game-winning drives, two fourth-quarter comebacks. he's not doing very well in the sense of getting loads of points for coaching, because obviously his coaches are more green than a lot of the others. So he's not getting a lot of points for that. He's got by far one of the highest, if I remember rightly, one of the highest salary caps on the field. I mean, he had a total of 200 million cap space or cap hit, and he had 191 million of that on the field with him. So he didn't get any points for, not having main players on the field or anything like that. He didn't get any sort of qualifiers for that. So, and if I remember rightly, he had the most cap space on the field with him. So he made the most of that.
It's just so impressive. In the yards category, he's second. He's only beaten by Mahomes. Now, how did he achieve this? Rushing yards.
Yeah.
So we've got a guy here that not only killed it in the passing, but he killed it in the rushing, and he combined those two. And this is very similar to if we could go back a year before and do Lamar Jackson. I think you would see something very similar. And because we were talking about it earlier, that's what would happen. And I think Josh Allen is clearly that combo of the two there. And when you could do that, that's phenomenal. That means that Josh Allen is the biggest, most important player on the Bills by far. By far. It means that he is always doing something. He is either throwing it or he's running it or something. He's always involved. So
his improvement as well. Sorry, go on, Shaq.
No, I mean, we're in sabbatical today, Jason, because it's like everything I want to say, you say first. But I'll just finish what you were going to say. Like, his accuracy has improved so much over the last year or so. It's
Absolutely.
like, it's pinpoint accuracy. I don't know.
It's
I've
like
read,
night and day.
yeah, and I read something that a lot of that has to do with how he practices and how he's gotten a lot more time in the during practices and reading hot routes and doing all these different kind of things that I don't think he was doing when he started. So I think it's really helped him out. I mean, obviously we all know he has a gigantic cannon for an arm, but unless you know what to do with it, what good is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I watched some of the highlights this year where specific analysts were saying, look at the coach's film because you can see certain things. And some of the throws that he was making for where the receiver was going to be was just unbelievable. It absolutely, like you said, Chad, pinpoint accurate. Because this receiver turned around, got to the top of his route, and the balls hit him in the chest. It's like, oh, shit, okay. So, yeah, he was unbelievable this season. Absolute night and day from his first 2 years to this year. He's a scary thing to have in the AFC East, that's for sure.
And I love it, though. I love it. Like I said, he's part of this new crew, this new group, and I think our NFL future is good. What did you say?
After the first 2 years, everyone was saying he was a bust. So what a mistake that was. And then, McDermott and those guys, look at him now. Unbelievable. In a selfish way, I kind of hope he doesn't get too much better, though. Because he is sat in our division for the next couple of years.
Exactly. But Jason, you mentioned this earlier, but I'm looking at his turnovers, and what's fascinating is that all turnovers, including a pick six, is 17. Now that number is one extra because we count a pick six as an extra turnover, so double. He should be killed for this, but he's only negative 3.5. He's only the fifth least penalized person for turnovers, but yet he's got 17. And that's because, like you said, he wins those games.
Yeah.
So the dude is making mistakes and still winning. And then it doesn't matter much. I mean, it counts against you a little, but it's not so traumatic anymore. And you can afford to do that. And like people with, like Aaron Rodgers, for example, everyone's talking about, how he had only 2 interceptions, blah, 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 or whatever it was. He's got 9 turnovers, though. Aaron Rodgers has 9 turnovers in our system because one of them is a pick 6. Yeah. Agreed.
Great season.
I was wondering how we were gonna do that actually.
Yeah, I think
one gives away the other, right? So
yeah. So
okay.
we just do it that way, and then it kind of like you see the both because there's no point doing it the other way. I think. So come on then, guys. What order is it? What's 1 and 2?
We've got to get a vote.
Yeah.
There's only 2 left, guys.
There's only 2 left, so what's the order? I know what most people are probably going to say, so let's see if that comes out. Okay, let's see what we get here.
Now,
okay, so the general consensus is Mahomes 1, Brady 2. That's the general consensus.
Interesting.
There's like, I think 7 or 8 people put Mahomes 1 and a couple of people put Brady 1. So
actually, one of Brady's pick 6s was in a game he won. It was against the Chargers.
Yeah.
And then there was one against the Saints.
Brady 1, Mahomes 2.
They happened early in the season, both of them. Guys, now that we're at number 1 and number 2, I'm just going to hold on a little longer here because the winner of the regular season, so I told you a while ago that Aaron Rodgers did not win the regular season. If we had stopped at the end of the regular season, this formula said that Patrick Mahomes should have been the NFL MVP.
Which we agreed with.
Which I agreed with, yes. So, in my opinion, and based on the formula, up until for the regular season, Aaron Rodgers should not have been NFL MVP. Patrick Mahomes got robbed basically. If you take into account every single thing in the regular season that happened, Mahomes was more impressive. Had a harder schedule. Went up his over and under margin for per game basis was extraordinarily ridiculously high. Okay, it flew off the page. Completely buried Aaron Rodgers in that. He should have been MVP. So for the NFL. I don't know if that's any consolation to anybody or not, because Aaron Rodgers got it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I just don't think that those journalists put enough thought into every aspect of the game. I think they look at touchdown passes and they cream their pants, right? That, oh my God,
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at those touchdown passes.
Yep.
There's hardly any weight put into any other stats. It's,
What about if you're throwing 1-yard touchdown passes all day long? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
okay, so is that any better or worse than a guy who hands off to a running back when you set up that touchdown? What's the difference, really? There's not much difference.
Yeah, exactly.
But they look at it like that, and they don't look at the other things behind it. So.
Well, one of the other things I looked at, for the year before, 2 years before, when Mahomes won his MVP and got 50 touchdown passes, it's like there's no mention of the fact that I think it was 6 or 7 of those were shovel passes. So it's like, well, let's have some context. But that's the thing. That's one of the reasons we talked about this, wasn't it? Because the NFL don't put context into anything anymore. It's just a lot of basic stats, and that's about it. Okay, so the general consensus is Mahomes 1, Brady 2, and there's a few Brady fans obviously putting Brady 1, and there's a few, and then there's obviously other people that are probably neutral that are putting Mahomes 1. So yeah. Daniel really wants us to put the thing.
All right. All right. So, the man who is getting mailed our first ever VonAllen Sports MVP, both of these gentlemen are active on social media. So, praying to the football gods and God and real God and everybody else, please let them be so impressed that they put it on social media, because that would just be
even for 10 seconds.
And honestly, these two guys are so badass, and the results of their numbers in this formula are so amazing. It makes me want to try to make a second place award, but
we're not going
to, but it makes me wish that we could. But if you send somebody a second place award, it's kind of an insult,
Yeah.
But I wish we could.
Runners up or first loser.
So let me pull this up. Here we go.
TB motherfucking 12.
Of course.
League MVP for playoffs and regular season. Total. Yes. I have to admit, and I remember I said this to you about week 10. I said, what did we say? Brady at this point cannot come back to win this unless he goes on a nuts Super Bowl run. I think it was actually a bit later than that. And we said he'd have to win every game and win the Super Bowl. Having played really well with Mahomes having had a terrible game. And we said that, I think, when they were... Yeah, I think they'd lost 4 or 5 games at that point.
That is precisely what was said. I think it was Dennis Dennerling from Germany. I think he was the one that asked me, Aaron, is it possible for Tom to win this? And I told him,
and we had to work it out.
Not likely. And he's like, why? And I said, because Mahomes is killing this. He's like raping the formula. Okay, Mahomes was taking the formula and like making it his bitch. And I didn't see anybody competing with that. Then when the playoffs started, because I knew that Mahomes won the regular season, Tom was 4th. So Tom placed 4th in the regular season voting, or the points. All right? And then that's like what Jason just said. We said, here's what would have to happen. Mahomes would either have to get put out
We actually
early.
talked about this for about 2 hours.
We spent 2 hours on this, okay, and said Mahomes would have to get put out early, but if he goes to the Super Bowl, I said there's no way that Tom could win, even if Tom wins the Super Bowl, because Mahomes would have to absolutely play like complete shit, and at the same time,
Brady would have to kill it.
Tom would have to be MVP level. They would both have to happen. So basically, if Tom had a bad game or like an average game,
I wish we'd recorded that conversation. It would have been hilarious.
We did. We have it.
Oh, did we?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. We always record. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to pull that back to prove it to everybody. But Jason, right now, okay, tell them the truth. Tell them. After the formula results came in after the Super Bowl, I called you. Yeah. On FaceTime, I called up the Redcoat, and I was freaking the fuck out. I told Milena this. I said, I was mad. Remember? Why was I upset, Jason? Why was I upset that Tom won?
Because the problem with it is everyone was going to think maybe we rigged it, and we couldn't rig it. Like, we actually couldn't rig it. I mean, don't get me wrong, we both wanted this to happen, but did not think it would at all. It was too far off. The fact that, God damn it, Mahomes got to the freaking Super Bowl, and it was like, okay, unless he doesn't score a touchdown and Brady scores at least a couple and wins the MVP, there's no possible way. And at the end of that game, I remember I said to you at the end of that game, I wonder if that was enough. Probably not, though. And
we both said that. We both said probably. I don't think so. I mean, I had said that I think it will put Brady at 3 or 2. Definitely 3, probably 2. Because the playoffs matter and the playoffs are important, and they're ultimately the most important. But my entire thing this whole time in private conversations between us, I had said, I want to send the trophy. I want to send the trophy to Mahomes. I was hoping it was Mahomes because I wanted us to get credibility. Yeah.
We actually kind of oddly didn't want it to be, as much as we obviously, the fact that Brady won it's awesome. We kind of didn't want Brady to win the first one because It was like, if we send it to Mahomes, that's kind of in keeping with, the mainstream narrative and all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, we will stick to what we said at the very beginning of this, which was we will stick to the numbers. The numbers won't lie. And then we'll see what happens. And
it's impossible for me to change a formula. I mean, to know what's going to happen. The formula was the formula before the regular season ended. So I just didn't understand how this happened. I honestly thought there was some kind of divine intervention or something.
And this is the thing. And what we're going to do next year is obviously we'll discuss it again come before this season, and we'll put it this way for everyone's benefit. We probably won't remove any metrics. We'll probably just add more if we figure out it's a metric we can quantify. So if we can quantify it where it relates to everybody and we can give it a mathematical value, we will put it in the formula because then it just adds to it. I think it's pretty damn good as it is, but there's nothing wrong with making something better if we think we can. So, and I'll move my ass on designing the trophy. So, I mean, well, the trophy design is there, but I'll move my backside on
oh my goodness, you guys
cat it up.
What?
Look.
What'd you say, Shaq?
Holy shit!
Look
at the super chat.
You haven't gotten it yet.
Wow.
Oh shit, I'm behind. But so these super chats are going to Tom Brady. Tom motherfucking Brady. Tom Brady's gonna have your fucking name. All right. Pardon my French, but Tom motherfucking Brady is gonna have your name. Just let you know.
And like I said, I think someone mentioned it earlier in the comments. Yes, the names will be engraved on it. They'll be laser engraved on it because, as I said, the plan is for it to be metal or metal alloys, depending on how far we can go with it. And actually, one thing that I did say, because I took a screenshot of this so I could come back to it later. So, where was it? Damn it. Where did I save that screenshot? There. So earlier on in the chat, when I said someone said something that I want to come back to. So Daniel, see it twice, said to Danny Danilo, you're looking at a typical award show. It's not. Brady getting Super Bowl MVP and winning the Super Bowl on top of having a statistically great season could put him over. And at that point, I was like, you understand an amount of the formula without having seen it. So well done, Daniel, because I screenshot that comment because it was quite pertinent. But obviously, it was before I think we said number 3 or 4, so I didn't want to say anything.
That's what you were talking about. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah,
you told me that when we were doing Football Babies.
Right. Okay. So it was quite early on. That's why I screenshot it because I was like.
So I know she doesn't have a microphone, but I just want to bring this up. Milena, can you hear me? Okay. So the night that this happened, so we found out. Do you remember? I came to bed after you, and I was like, kind of like in a weird mood, and you go, "What's wrong? What happened?" I was like, "Nothing," and she goes, "What?" And I said, "Nothing," and she goes, Patrick Mahomes won, didn't he? And I said, no. Tom won. No. And she goes, that's wonderful. Why is that a problem? Because no one's going to fucking believe it. Like,
I know. Everyone's going to think we fucked it.
Like, listen, everyone knows my kind of issue with Mahomes. It's not personal, but if Mahomes wins my formula, and it's in our award, he wins our first award, despite the fact of how I feel about how he overhyped he is and all that. That's really gonna look good, That's gonna be like the optics of that is gonna be so great.
Well, come on, when we were talking about it, it was almost a foregone conclusion. So we were like, okay, so Mahomes is gonna win it, so that's really good.
Yeah,
that validates our formula. And validates what we want to do, so we'll crack on, and hopefully year 2 Tom will win it, and blah blah blah, and
fuck me. So Luke Arson's a super chat for $7.12. He says TB12 is inhuman. Absolutely. 7, of course, for 7 Super Bowl rings, and 12 for number 12. Daniel, see it twice since number 12, $12 super chat. He says, TB $12 for greatest of all time, getting the greatest award of all time. Let's go! Woo!
Damn right, Daniel. It's going to look the greatest too.
Believe that, because Jason, yeah.
Aaron and I sat down for a few hours going over the concept of this, and then I designed it after that. So I've got the, from, artistic retard over here that I am, sketching it on a pad, to sketching it in Paint 3D, to putting it on something I could make some measurements out of and get some 3D out of, to then putting it on my design program, SolidWorks, and actually CADing it up properly. So now I'll be able to, 360 it, spin it, whatever, in any plane, and then determine the metals that are going to be in it, how they're going to mix, how the certain parts are going to go together, where the names are going to go, how it's going to be etched, laser etched on. It's going to look badass, guys. You're going to love it.
So we're going to put diamonds in it. Okay, so we're talking about real diamonds, like legit real ones. Okay. But based off of how many, or like what we could do it for, it depends on how much money we have for the trophy and how its total cost. It's going to be thousands. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to put that out there. It's going to be thousands of dollars. and so depending on how much
But
we have,
we're already from tonight just looking like
yeah,
$1,200, $1,300 towards that already.
yeah, exactly. So depending on how much we have, we can make one diamond for all of his wins that year or for the year, or one diamond for his 7th ring, so 7 diamonds. It just depends on how many we can do. But and then it's going to have in the centerpiece will be his birthstone, a real whatever his birthstone is. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's one of the cheaper ones.
I was going to say, hopefully it's not freaking diamond or fucking ruby or something.
Yeah, some crazy shit. So
maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be like turquoise or cubic zirconia or something.
I think he's born in August or something. So.
August.
I'm not a groupie. I love Tom Brady the player, but as far as him personally, like I don't know his birthday exactly. I think it's August. But I know everything about him as a player.
It is actually August.
It's August. Okay. Luke sends a $2 super chat. He says, "You guys are incredibly awesome for creating this. Thank you. Yeah. See, our Legion here, we're not just pulling our wankers and shit, as the British would say. We have meetings behind the scenes.
We do both.
We do both, but we talk about new product.
Okay.
Like you guys remember we did the game shows that was Shaq. So
yeah,
we're coming up with shit, behind the scenes all the time for you guys.
We did catch a break as well. Brady's birthstone's peridot, so it's not insanely expensive.
I tell you what is.
Help.
I'll tell you what is. Wishing B just sent $200 super chat, and by the way, guys, your name at the top of the list is based off how much you spend. So that's how higher it is, but you will get on there. But the more to the top, but actually more in this case is just a better trophy. We want Tom Brady to take a photo of this and say thank you, VonAllen Sports. So. Wishing me,
everyone who's put into it gets their name on it. I promise I won't forget any. It's just whatever we have just makes a better trophy. So, and it's not a case of I'll change the design of the trophy itself. It just means we'll have to change the material. So obviously the more money we have, the better the material. The less we have, okay, I'll get a bit more creative with some stuff. There'll be some things that can be 3D printed instead of cast or forged or CNC'd or something like that. So yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. We spent hours coming up with the concept for this. So
yes, Luke, absolutely. I'm going to do that. For you and explain the difference of the two. It's just I couldn't do that and show you everything because it would have given away. But yeah, I'll definitely do that in just a second. Wishing B, I don't know your real name, but just let us know. VonAllen Sports, send an email to VonAllenSports@iCloud.com and tell us how you want your name put on the trophy. Thank you so much. Man, that's awesome. Michael Swearingen, a $5 super chat. It's nice to see you back, Michael. He says, I was concerned that the 3 interceptions in the NFC Championship game would keep Brady from being able to pass Mahomes, but I guess the win countered them. Right. So when Tom Brady won, not only did he get credit for his touchdowns and his yards and the win itself, but it negates those interceptions as basically pointless. And then Tom goes into the Super Bowl. Oh, okay. So each playoff game, guys, multiplies. So each one is more important than the previous one, which is why you see it's not surprising to see the final 4 quarterbacks in this category. Now, they all 4 played awesome this year. So if somehow the Baltimore Ravens had made it to the final 4, Lamar Jackson still wouldn't be top 4. He just didn't have enough. Now, these top 4 guys were top 4 at the end of the regular season, too. So it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to be in the top 4 if they kept winning.
Yeah.
But your wild card points have a set multiplier. Divisional has a multiplier that is even more than that, and then championship, and then Super Bowl. and it just keeps going.
One thing I will say to answer, and please forgive me if I don't say this properly, but Yuri Scaramusa, I think it is, has asked if the formula will be public. Now, what we'll do is, the short answer to that is no. The long answer to that is we'll tell you, like we have tonight, some of the things that go in it and sort of what they mean. But fundamentally, much like the reason I said to Aaron, I didn't want to put any details out there of the trophy until I'd created the drawings on SolidWorks and published them, is I don't want anyone to steal it. So specifically some of these other crap shows or crap YouTube channels. So once I've created the trophy design and published the drawings with my name on them, and it will say like VAS, and then it'll be trophy, MVP trophy, and it'll be published as that drawing. It can't then be stolen without someone asking us, so they can't just use it. So yeah, to answer your question, kind of, but not fully. So yeah.
Exactly.
But I think we've done a pretty good job tonight of giving everyone a heads up of how different things have accumulated and created the breakdown.
So Lord Varsh sends a £2 super chat. There you go, Redcoat, a fellow Tory, as you would say.
Well, actually, I don't need to keep writing them down. I'll get them all off the analytics later.
He says, as a homer, glad it's TB12. Name is Stuart Matthews. Okay, awesome, Stuart. Thank you so much, man. First time I've learned your name, actually. You've been sending super chats for 2 years now. I didn't even know his name. Omar Alvarado, how's it going, Omar? He sends a $5 super chat. He says, first time we didn't want Brady to win. I know. I was like, my God, I'm gonna be crucified for this. Oh, pro Brady channel. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
But anybody who knows numbers or anything, like if they want to try to, the formula stands for itself. It really does. Like I said, I think it was divine intervention or something, because it's just wonderful. But he says, I can't wait to see Brady acknowledge VonAllen Sports in public. You so deserve it. Let's go. Absolutely. I did notice that somebody said that my eyes look tired all the time. Were they talking to me? I think.
I have no idea.
Well, that's because every time you see me do a show, it starts at 1 a.m. for me.
Yeah. I would say it started at 11 p.m. for me.
Yeah.
So
right now, it's 5 a.m.
10
So I've been
10
up
p.m. here.
I've been up all day, just like you
Yeah.
guys. But I didn't even get started. So that's probably the answer. So.
I mean, I was getting to the point. You remember back when we used to do those marathon ones after games and stuff like that, that were like 8, 9, 10 hours. It's like 3 hours time, I would have been up 24 hours anyway. So it makes no difference at this point. It's like whatever, just carry on.
And I want you guys to understand the difference between Mahomes and Brady was less than half a point.
Yeah.
Okay, 0.47. 0.47. Do you have any idea? And that's another thing. It would have helped me so much. If Brady was going to win, it would have been better if Brady kicked his ass.
Yeah, if he ran away with it. Yeah.
So this is like double bad.
Really obvious.
It's double bad because him barely beating him like that makes it look like, oh, okay, so you just... No. Okay. It would have been great if he just beat his ass and then there was no question, you know? But it is there. I'm a person of integrity. That matters to me. And without integrity and credibility, you have nothing. And anybody can have a YouTube channel. Anybody can come up with stuff on their own. Anybody can have an opinion and be an analyst. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't have some kind of moral and ethical compass, you know, that you stay on the right track. Because Otherwise, then you're just spouting random shit, you know, and it doesn't matter and it doesn't mean anything. Like you guys know, most of y'all know Skip Bayless. The way he talks about Tom Brady makes me wish he hated Tom Brady.
Yeah. It's like, Jesus, shut up.
Yeah, it's insane, the stuff he says about Tom. And I'm like, dude, you can't say that. You can't insult everybody on the Patriots or whatever team Tom, you know, even if the Bucs. It's like, you can't talk like that. You can't say that Tom Brady's going to take some guy from Walmart and turn him into a wide receiver. That is massively insulting. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be a wide receiver in the NFL? But when he says shit like that, it's like people think that that's what we think about Brady, and we don't think that way. All right?
It makes it sound like oh, he's never had players that can't like every player that he's played with is not talented, you know, except for like Randy Moss or somebody like that's obvious like that.
And then we have to defend that. And then we have to go and defend that.
That has to be another reason why it's a waste. So,
you know, anybody can just get up on TV and just spout shit. But notice that guys like Skip and all of them, Max Kellerman, all of them, they never explain why they're saying what they're saying. They don't ever have an actual substance to it, and it's so biased. I've never seen anybody hate somebody the way Skip Bayless hates LeBron James. It's unbelievable. Like, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, just that guy's name invokes foaming at the mouth. I'm not a LeBron fan by any stretch of imagination, but he says some stuff that I'm just like, what? That doesn't even make sense. You know, and
to answer, I just seen James in the comments. Yeah, you're right, James. Brady didn't have the same amount of negative. He had 3.1 less negative against him for coaching, and did have the additional game qualifiers for winning 8 straight games, 4 of which were playoff games. Yeah, that all helped the numbers. So.
Okay, so I was asked to kind of dive into this a little bit, so I definitely have to, since it's the final 2 guys. But these final 4 guys, they dominated in every category, every great category. But with completions, Mahomes was number 1 with 7.9 points. Roethlisberger was 2nd. Josh Allen was 3rd. Rodgers 4th, and Brady was 5th. And yards. Now this is yards total. This is every way you can get a yard. Passing, rushing, doesn't matter. It's all one thing. So you've got Mahomes 1st, Allen 2nd, Brady 3rd, Rodgers 4th, and Wilson 5th. Touchdowns are the same. So however you get them makes no difference. Touchdowns, Brady is number 1, guys. So how is this possible? Well, if we go to total points, and I'm looking, let's see. Okay, so total points, and these are just straight up volume stats of wins, or volume touchdowns and wins and losses. Rodgers would be 1st and Brady would be 2nd. Rodgers with 8.51, Brady with 8.12. But that's not the only thing in the touchdown category. Then you've got touchdown passes versus defenses. And when you do that, and then you add the modifiers, so you have all the regular season, then you got wild card, division, championship game, Super Bowl, and each one multiplies as that goes along there. And you get, let's see. Yeah, so Tom is number 1 by a clear 2.5 points. Rodgers is 2nd, Wilson 3rd, Allen 4th, Roethlisberger 5th, Mahomes is 6th. Okay, so in that modifier category, his playoff run was just extremely weak. But good for him. I mean, but in the total touchdowns, that's what's surprising. So Brady's first in touchdowns, Rodgers second, Allen third, Mahomes fourth, and Wilson is fifth. Turnovers. Turnovers are done the same way. Alex Smith is first. So Alex Smith only had a negative ding of 1.7. So negative 1.7. Alex Smith, number one in turnovers as far as good efficiency. So he's not penalized. Mahomes was second. And just to remind you guys how great that is for Mahomes to be second. The dude played 19 games. Okay? He started 19 games. And he was able to keep his turnover efficiency down to second place. Take my word for it. That is phenomenal. That is called taking care of the ball. So, yeah. Whatever the case may be, Mahomes takes care of the football. Ryan Tannehill was third in that category. Rodgers was fourth. Allen was fifth. This is the one category where Tom was actually not good. He's worse than Cam Newton. So, in that category. Tom was 13th. Now, Redcoat, where does Tom kill it? Quarterback details, baby. Quarterback details. Tom massacred the quarterback detail area with number one at 20 points. Patrick Mahomes was second. Now, I'm going to go into the quarterback details real quick because I just love, this is my favorite category.
Yeah, definitely.
So the first
actually, I kind of like the front office category as well because it's a different element to it.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. But the reason but it doesn't account for a whole lot. It's just more of like a modifier, a slight modifier. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like it, yeah. I agree with you. So the Joe Montana clutch category. Tom's second. And those are big points. Montana clutch regular season, Montana clutch playoff, which is game-winning drives, fourth quarter comebacks. And Ryan Tannehill is first in that category. Isn't that impressive? So in this category, it was Tannehill, Brady, Roethlisberger, Carr, and Stafford. Those were the top five most clutch guys. Aaron Rodgers is nowhere to be seen. Aaron Rodgers placed worse than Cam Newton in this category, guys. Okay? You see how this happened to him? How he dropped to fourth? I mean, it's this kind of thing that people aren't including when they voted for the NFL MVP. They didn't look at this stuff. They didn't look at, like, what is the quality of Rodgers' results, or what is the quality of the stats that he's getting? How is he getting them? And being a quarterback is about being the most important guy out there and being the most involved, directly involved in the fortunes of your team. And Rodgers just didn't do enough to take him all the way to the top. He had a great season, no doubt about it. So, but with this razor thin, the way things are done. And then another subcategory is called chains and trenches. I mentioned it earlier, but we're just talking about the difference between Mahomes and Brady. So Mahomes won the chains and trenches category by 0.2 points. So Mahomes won it with 5.84. Brady was second with 5.64. Now, what does this include? First downs, playoff first downs, playoff third down conversions. We don't count third down conversions in the regular season, only playoff third down conversions. Third down is everything in playoffs.
Hell yes.
Regular season sacks versus regular season yards lost. Yards lost is important because you're losing 20, 30 yards on a sack. That's the same as a turnover, in my opinion.
Think how that those modifiers would have looked, for example, for Brady in that 2018 season for third down playoff.
Oh my God, he would have That would have been
Even
just
from the AFC
monstrous.
Championship game. That would have been ridiculous.
So, you guys are going to love this. You ready?
Yeah.
Dan Marino airmail category. The man who everyone said, remember this, Milena?
I love this
said,
category.
Tom Brady can't throw anymore. What is it they called it, guys? A noodle
Noodle
for an
arm.
arm, right? A noodle for an arm.
Yeah.
Somehow, Tom won this category. And he won it by a lot, comparatively speaking. 2,839 regular season air yards. No yak, no yards after the catch. This is how far he threw the ball. 7.1 yards per completion. In the playoffs, his air yards, 606.5. His playoff yards per completion were more. So when the playoffs came, Tom actually increased it.
Yep.
What? How? This guy
Although that in a certain game, the NFC Championship game, that did have all three of us screaming at the freaking TV.
It's true. It's true. But look at the outcome. It worked. Thank God.
Stop throwing it so fucking far.
I know. Killing us, right? But Brady was number one in Dan Marino airmail. Josh Allen was second, guys. Third was Mahomes. Fourth was Aaron Rodgers. And fifth was Ben Roethlisberger. And then the final subcategory of this division of quarterback details is the Kurt Warner precision. In Kurt Warner precision, we count drops versus batted passes, and then you get a sum from there. So a drop is on the fault of the receiver. A batted pass, we're going to give the blame to the quarterback, even if there are some cases where it's not his fault. But when you're trying to quantify something, you have to give and take a little. So we're going to say that equals out, averages out, and then you've got on-target throws versus bad throws. You subtract the bad throws from the on-target throws. Combine those two together, and you've got a final score. Ben Roethlisberger was number one. How about that? Ben Roethlisberger, number one in Kurt Warner precision. Matt Ryan was second. Tom Brady was third. Actually, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers tied for third. They tied for third, yeah. Wilson was fourth, and Allen was fifth. Mahomes didn't come in until seventh. In Milena's category, death to the opposition. Let's go there real quick. Who had the hardest schedule last year? Matt Ryan did, guys. Matt Ryan faced the number one hardest schedule for opposition win percentage. Matt Ryan faced a team on par or on average on a 4-week rotation with a 0.682 win percentage. The second guy was Sam Darnold. So that kind of forgives Sam Darnold a bit, right? That kind of he got last place, but when you look at it like that, from that category, that's kind of like, oh, I see now, you know?
Yeah.
Here's what's impressive. Mahomes was third. Mahomes had the third hardest schedule according to us. But yet he still pulled out all those stats. I think that is what people should talk about, is the quality of the people that he went against when he went against them. I think that's what impresses me. Guess who was fourth? Drew Brees. And fifth, Joe Burrow. Tom didn't come around until number 10. But the differences after 5 are negligible. They're very, very small. Coaching. We got 2 categories left here. So coaching. Well, Joe Burrow got number 1 because his coaching staff sucks ass. His coaching staff legacy score, what is it, Redcoat?
Hang on. Just bringing it over.
Tell everybody, this is just too funny.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. Dead 0. 0.0.
And what's his head coach's legacy score?
The head coach's legacy score is it's pretty good, for people that are trying to kill you.
Negative 0.95.
Oh, fuck.
Joe Burrow has the worst coach in the NFL right now. Okay.
I mean, and to give you some context, put my teeth in, context to that. So he's got almost negative 1, whereas Cam Newton's Bill Belichick has 141.35. So not very fair.
Bill Belichick's legacy score should be illegal.
Yeah, it's not very fair.
It's stupid beyond comprehension. So
I mean, Cam Newton's got an uphill battle before he even gets on the field.
Right, Cam Newton got kind of screwed on that, but the second highest head coach legacy score, guys, is from Andy Reid, 61.9. Okay, that's the second highest legacy score. Bill Belichick's is 141.35.
Insane.
It's
slight difference.
Like that's yeah. Yeah. So Mahomes got dinged a bit in the coaching section. He got a negative 6.4 in this because of his coaching staff's legacy score. As where Brady was favored in this category because his coach is a fat fucking idiot. So, but funnily enough, it's not as bad as you think it is. So, on paper, Bruce Arians is not as bad of a coach as I have made him sound, because in the legacy scores, he gets credit for a lot of things that he has been given credit for.
Drove us nuts.
Yeah, he just drives us nuts. That's all. His style drives us nuts.
Yeah.
But it got results this year. So, now the last thing I want to point out is salary cap. So, the salary cap is interesting. It's very on par with some of the worst teams. So, and remember, this is salary on the field. So this is what you're getting to, that quarterback is getting to play with on the field. If it's not on the field, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. This is why I really like the nuance of this set of stats, because it's very indicative of it without actually listing them. It's also indicative of showing you injuries to a team and the level of players on your team that are there to help the quarterback and what the quarterback made use of. So, if someone had a freaking salary cap usage of like 20 million but was in the top 5, then that guy set the league on fire with average people, basically.
Exactly. And this tells us right now that on the salary cap, the worst was, like we said earlier, Nick Mullens. The second worst was, why do I keep calling Darnold? Why do I keep wanting to call him Aaron? Why do I keep doing that? Aaron Donald, maybe? Sam Darnold.
Yeah, probably.
Had the second worst fielded team when it comes to salary cap. So Sam Darnold was not the Jets' problem last year, in my opinion. There's a lot of things here that say that he had everything stacked against him. As if they think Zach Wilson is suddenly going to fix this, I don't know what they're thinking, but they are the Jets. So Gardner Minshew played with garbage. He played with nothing on the field. They were third. Kirk Cousins, impressively enough, didn't have much on the field. and Drew Lock. So you see consistency. Cam Newton didn't have a lot on the field. Cam Newton was playing with only $100 million on the field at the time. Not that great. So, but there's a consistency at the bottom. Who played with the most money on the field? Josh Allen. So Josh Allen, the entire year, benefited from $191 million of player value.
Yeah.
The second highest is Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes was second with $175 million on the field. Tom Brady was third with $161 million on the field. So what do you
Bear in mind,
there?
though, the difference between Mahomes and Brady is obviously, 14 million. However, obviously, Mahomes is 5 million of his cap. Brady is 25 million of his cap. So,
right,
that's another sort of qualifier.
But what this shows you guys is that injuries matter, and I know that's cliche, and everyone knows that. But even though it seems it should be common sense, it seems like people don't really involve it on, at least on television, they don't. But being healthy, keeping your guys on the field, that is the part that has a lot to do. Also, of course, freak occurrence, but it has a lot to do with also the medical staff and how good are they and the decisions they make and the workout and the quality control guys and all that. That's so important. And then it falls off after that, but that kind of tells you. Aaron Rodgers wasn't hurting either. Aaron Rodgers was playing with $141 million on the field, so please don't tell me that he didn't have a team to play with, okay? So when you've got very, mediocre teams out here, you got, let's see, Kirk Cousins with only $91 million on the field, and he still goes 7-9. There's no excuses for Aaron Rodgers, and he's got $140 million on the field. You know what I mean? So what's everybody talking about now?
It's just general stuff now.
Yeah. So
that was fun.
Yeah, that was great.
The GOAT. The GOAT. This guy he's the Terminator. It's just ridiculous. I don't even, what else can be said, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see, number 5. I'll put the top 5 up here. Number 4. What do you guys think Aaron Rodgers is going to do? You think he's going to stay with Green Bay or leave? Think they're going to try to get a deal done on after June 1st?
Yeah, I don't think they'll let him leave. They'll go. Let's face it. What's Green Bay going to be once Aaron Rodgers leaves? Because it sounds like they got no interest in that backup QB. So. Yeah.
Well, I think, if anything, this formula tells us exactly how important it is to have a good quarterback.
Absolutely.
Josh Allen suddenly now is the difference maker for the Bills, and we're talking about the Bills like they're a contender. Roethlisberger with Steelers with a nobody quarterback. What are the Steelers all of a sudden?
Yeah,
what are the Packers? It's just the only two teams in the top 5 who would still probably be able to survive at least on 8-8 season or 9-8 season now would be the Bucs and Chiefs, because they have great teams. But the problem for that is if you put in a shitty quarterback, you're going to end up with the Bucs, Jameis Winston Bucs.
Yeah.
So, but we're talking about moving in like a Kirk Cousins type guy. Then you could go 10-7, something like that. Maybe 9-8 is, the math right. See that math sucks. I don't like it.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not a fan.
extra game. I used to have the exact wins losses in my head. Like now we have to account for the
fucks with it. Yeah.
odd number there. But yeah, it's so important. The quarterback makes all the difference in the world. He's everything, not just on the field, but in the locker room. The defense believes in you. If you guys don't think that a quarterback can't affect the defense, watch Tim Tebow's Denver Broncos in 2011. That was utter witchcraft, what happened that year. I don't understand it. It's just still, it's crazy to think. But that defense started playing well because they believed Tebow. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But my point is that belief goes a long way. When they look at Tom Brady, when they look at Patrick Mahomes, when they look at Aaron Rodgers, they believe that they can win. And so they play on a different level, and it's just you play outside of what you really could be on another team. So,
yeah, with some of the teams, it is literally, it's not until the zeros come in are they actually out of the game. They can still have belief in the team. Like, we got that guy over there. If we get him the ball a couple of times, he'll figure it out. Be that, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, that's the belief they have in those players.
I mean, and it was all the players, and it wasn't just the defense. I mean, Jason Elam, remember him? He was kicking some real long field goals for that team and in clutch spots. So it was that entire team that felt like they believed. I don't know what they believed, but they believed in something, and that belief took them all the way to beat the Steelers and then to the Patriots to get whooped.
I remember leading up to that game, I posted on MySpace, and I said Tim Tebow is about to get a lesson in pro football, and because I was saying he's about, the Broncos are about to face New England Patriots in Gillette, and I was just talking shit, like it's playoff time, and because everyone was like Tebow, and he beat the Steelers, and they're like, oh, Tebow's going to go into New England and win, and I'm like, oh, hang on, okay, this has been fun, the whole Tebow thing, it's been fun, but this is New England, this is Tom Brady, this is Bill Belichick. What are you doing? What are you talking about? And boy, we massacred those guys. Absolutely massacred. No amount of faith was going to fix that one. So, right? Yeah. Luke just made a good point. He said, ironically enough, I think if Brady played with someone like Arians his whole career, he wouldn't win more, but he'd likely have better stats. Well, I agree completely.
Yeah, he'd have more air yards. Well, he'd have more yards, certainly. He'd already...
He'd be Peyton Manning.
5,000 already. Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Oh man, that's one of those things, Shaq. That's when someone says something that is so just like, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
But it's so funny at the same time. I don't know why that sounded like an insult, but it did.
Did it? I didn't mean it to be.
It's a compliment, but it's an insult. I like that one, Shaq. That was good. That was real good.
Yeah.
But
and it's completely true.
So 2 rings.
So it'd be Peyton Manning or Drew Brees.
Yeah, 2 rings, 5 MVPs. Okay, guys, Brady got 3 MVPs on a Patriots team that is all about spreading the wealth, spreading the ball around, the credit, all that. New England Patriots are the most team-oriented team in the NFL, and Brady won 3 individual awards on a team like that. So imagine if he was on a stat whore team like Drew Brees was.
Yeah.
So.
That's all right. I'll take the winning any day.
All right. Well, guys, it's 5:30 a.m. for me. I had so much fun here. I want to end on a high note before everyone's like, This has been great. Thank you so much. Shaq and Jason, a.k.a. Redcoat, thank you guys for joining me tonight.
Yeah, happy to.
Milena, thank you for helping out in the chat section. And maybe the next show you'll be on camera with us.
Yeah.
Since we've been back, you haven't been, but and all you guys who sent super chats tonight, and just everybody who's been here tonight, it's been awesome. We're gonna get to work on that trophy, but Tom Brady, he's gonna get this, and he's just gonna be, what is this? What is this?
I've never seen this before.
This is nice. So
is this from an actual company? What the fuck?
Like, who are
Where's
these
this come from?
I want Giselle to walk by.
Why
and
have I
go,
not heard of these people?
Those are real diamonds.
Yeah.
And then Brady's like, huh? What the hell? The Lombardi trophy doesn't come with diamonds.
I can't get that
Or
Victoria's
Paragon.
Secret.
But thank you guys so much, and I'll see y'all soon. All right. Good night.
Good night,
everyone.
guys.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Let's go. Tom Brady, #1.